Sawadika. A very good morning, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to the opening ceremony of Sustain Asia Week 2024 and the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum, presented by and in collaboration with SETA 2024, Solar Plus Storage Asia 2024, and Sustainable Mobility Asia 2024. I am Ko Roda. It is my great honor to be your host and very happy to serve you at the master ceremony throughout for a wonderful program for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, everyone, today is a momentous occasion as we come together to explore and celebrate innovations driving us toward to sustainable future. And these events unite leading thinkers, visionary leaders, and also passionate advocates from all around the world, all committed to advancing sustainable energy, mobility, and environmental solutions. And our gathering today is not just only about addressing challenges that we face, but also about exploring the vast opportunities that lie ahead as we journey toward a low-carbon and sustainable ASEAN economy. Through collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision that we have a power to shape the brighter future for our region and the world as well. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to invite a distinguished leader who has been instrumental in advancing sustainable energy in our region. Please join me in welcoming Chairman of SETA 2024 to deliver a welcoming address on this day. Please, big round of applause and welcome Professor Dr. Sitthiphong. Thank you very much.
Sawasdee Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with really great pleasure and privilege that I stand before you today as the chairman of SETA 2024 and as well Sustain Asia Week. We are gathered here today not just to discuss and share ideas, but to embark on the journey toward more sustainable and energy efficient future for Thailand and these regions. Before we dive into discussion and the session ahead, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of everyone involved in making this event a reality, from our esteemed speakers to our tireless organizers, and of course to all of you who have come from near and far to participate in this event. Thank you and thank you very much. Nowadays, the world is at a pivotal moment. The challenge we face in terms of climate change, energy trilemma, and as well sustainability are immense. And yet, we are not achievable. That's why this conference is focusing on the theme of the low carbon and sustainable ASEAN's economy. We do believe that this theme will encapsulate the very essence of what we aim to achieve, pioneering solutions that will lead us to greener and more sustainable world. It should be some fruitful output that we hope from this event this year. And as well, SETA Thailand has always been at the forefront of energies and sustainable innovation in ASEAN regions for a while. Our discussion here will be able to shape the policies, guide some investment, and as well inspire some innovation that will echo far beyond this hall. and within this BITEC hall that we are together. The decisions and collaboration formed here will possibly contribute to the energy transitions that our world so really need for today. Okay, in closings, because I would love to hear, to listen the collaboration that will be occur in this big event. Okay, so in closings, I would like to once again welcome you all to the SETA and Sustainable Asia Week Thailand 2024, and let us seize this opportunity to learn, to collaborate, and as well to innovate some things that should be fruitful and provide some more sustainable for our young generation in the future. And together, I do hope that we can shape a sustainable future for Thailand, the ASEAN regions, and as well for the world. Thank you very much. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. ขอบคุณครับ Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman of SETA 2024, Professor Dr. Pisut, for a warmly welcome speech to all of us. As engaged, ladies and gentlemen, for the next distinguished speaker is a key figure in advancing our sustainable energy initiative, and it's my immense pleasure to introduce Advisor to the Minister of Energy Thailand, who is joining us today on behalf of Minister of Energy too. His expertise and dedication play a crucial role in shaping Thailand's energy policy and initiative, and we are honored to have him with us today with a great and wonderful opening ceremony. And his valuable perspective would like to share to all of us on this as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this great opportunity to invite one more distinguished speaker to share for the great and fruitful for the innovation, for the speech to all of us on this as well. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Norkun Sitthiphong from Minister of Energy Thailand on behalf of Minister of Energy. Thank you very much.
Excellency Otaka Masato, Japanese Ambassador to Thailand, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Sawadee krab. On behalf of the Ministry of Energy, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Sustainable Energy and Technology Asia 2024, or in short, SETA 2024, and its associate forum organized in Bangkok today. SETA is one of the international platforms that could enable technology transfer, market growth, business opportunity, and partnerships towards the goal of decarbonization and energy security of our region. As Thailand pursues a net zero emissions target globally, we are committed to this mission by aiming to reduce emissions by 40% by the year 2030. As part of our national determined contribution, our broader goals include achieving carbon neutrality by the year 2050 and net zero emission by the year 2065, supported by financial and technical assistance. These targets are leading to our policy strategies and guiding our actions toward a just and sustainable energy transition. Our new energy plan and drafted power development plan outline a vision of a green and competitive energy future and prioritize decarbonization measures to scaling up at least 50% of new power generation come from clean and renewable resources by the year 2040. We also aim at improving power infrastructure to support higher production of renewable energy into the grid. This new PDP will allow the mobilization of investment in Thailand in this sector at around $100 billion throughout the plan. Additionally, we are promoting energy efficiency across buildings, transportation, and industry through many initiatives like building energy codes, zero transmission public transport, and advanced technology. The hydrogen roadmap is also part of the new energy plan, with the target to blend at least 5% of hydrogen with natural gas in the power generation system within the year 2030. There are several measures in the pipeline to move forward Thailand energy transition pathway, including the 30 at 30 policy, which target to reach 30% domestic EV production by the year 2030. The promotion of solar PV system and hydro floating solar hybrid system on hydropower reservoirs, the National Grid Modernization Program, we are also exploring the potential of nuclear energy to small modular reactors or SMR. To attract the investment of renewable energy 100 companies, the Ministry of Energy recently launched the Utility Green Tariff mechanism to facilitate green electricity supply for commercial and industrial use, supported by initiatives like direct power purchase agreement and renewable energy certificates. We believe this will boost green energy production to green industry and attract foreign investment. Ladies and gentlemen, our new energy roadmap includes advanced technologies such as carbon capture, utilization, and storage, battery energy storage system, carbon recycling, hydrogen, and ammonia, which are crucial for advance our energy transition. We welcome private investors to join us in developing these clean energy projects and furthering our decarbonization goals. Last but not least, I believe that with collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility, we can create a cleaner, more sustainable future that benefits all and align with our shared vision of a carbonized path. I wish the Sustainable Energy and Technology Asia 2024 and the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum and all associate meeting very success. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you, Dr. Norkun from the Minister of Energy very much for your insightful and inspiring remarks on the stage. ขอบคุณค่ะ Next, ladies and gentlemen, it's now we are privileged to hear another distinguished speaker. And of course, I would like to invite honor from another esteemed guest who has significantly contributed for fostering international collaboration in sustainable energy. And with great honor, I would like to introduce our beloved Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Thailand. Ambassador of Otaka has been a key advocate for strengthening for the partnership between Thailand and Japan in advancing sustainable energy initiative. And his dedication and leadership are instrumental in enhancing bilateral collaboration and advancing our shared goals in sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I would like to invite Ambassador, and I would like to give round of applause to His Excellency, Mr. Otaka Masato. Please deliver speech on the stage. Please welcome. Thank you very much.
Sarikap, everybody. Sarikap. And thank you very much for your kind words. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to have the opportunity to address you at this opening ceremony of SETA 2024 and Asia CCUS Network Forum. As the Ambassador of Japan to Thailand and on behalf of the Japanese government, I'm delighted to stand before you on this momentous occasion. And this is actually a rather peculiar juncture in which Japan and Thailand just made an announcement yesterday that there will be some change in the government. And of course, Japan and Thailand, we're very like-minded. We're very like-minded, but I didn't know we were so like-minded. But I'm also encouraged by the fact that despite all that, we're still having this meeting. And as Dr. Norkun mentioned, I think we need to be committed to carbon, low carbon, and we need to move forward with our discussion. And I'm so delighted to see you here today. And I should first and foremost extend my heartfelt gratitude and congratulations to all those stakeholders who have worked diligently to make this event happen today. I'm pleased to touch upon the Asia Zero Emission Community, ASEC, an initiative supported by the Japanese government that represents a comprehensive framework aimed at advancing decarbonization across the Asia region. ASEC is founded upon three core principles: the promotion of decarbonization, the sustenance of economic growth, and the assurance of energy security. And this triple breakthrough aims to achieve these goals simultaneously by exploring diverse and realistic pathways tailored to the circumstances of each country. Given Thailand's reliance on natural gas for electricity, it's imperative to enhance energy efficiency and increase the adoption of renewable energy sources. And moreover, green electricity will also contribute to improving industrial competitiveness here. Japan, in cooperation with Thailand, is advancing various projects such as biomass power generation, the promotion of CCUS, and the introduction of hydrogen by leveraging Japanese technology and financial resources. In March 2023, the first ASEC ministerial meeting was held and 28 MOUs were announced. To date, more than 350 ASEC-related projects are in progress, with about 80 projects underway in Thailand alone. These collaborations span various areas including renewable energy, biomass, hydrogen technologies, supporting the energy transition in Thailand and across the Asian region. And you can see some of the initiatives at the exhibition here as well. The second ASEC ministerial meeting is scheduled to be held in Jakarta later this month from August 20th, and it's expected to further accelerate our efforts. Furthermore, the Japanese government will continue to provide active support to achieving carbon neutrality while ensuring energy security. In conclusion, I'm confident that Japan-Thailand cooperation through ASEC will significantly contribute to Thailand's sustainable energy future. And I'm also convinced that this event will strengthen energy cooperation between Japan, Thailand, and also the Asian countries. And we look forward to working hand in hand with all of you to realize a sustainable and prosperous society. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Kopamaka.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for your thoughtful remarks, and thank you for your kind cooperation to stay with us here for the wonderful opening ceremony for once more year for SETA 2024 as well. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce one more speaker, and who is Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs at the Agency of Natural Resources and Energy, or ANRE, within Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, or METI. And this person is leadership in shaping global energy policies and his unwavering commitment to advancing sustainable energy solutions and crucial to our collective efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, please big round of applause and welcome Mr. Tsuruda Masanori. Please welcome on stage. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, Sawadee krap. It is my pleasure to stand here, especially on such a beautiful day in Bangkok. I'd like to thank organizers, sponsors for hosting these very important events. This year's setup, where various energy-related companies strengthen their network, and Asia CCUS Network Forum, which aims to promote CCS for decarbonizing Asia, are held at the same time. It is a great synergy. I understand that key players from Asia are now gathering in this room. I returned to Bangkok after a long time. I remembered that I liked the distinctive feature of this city, which has both modern atmosphere as a metropolitan city and energetic atmosphere as Southeast Asia. I hope that our decarbonization efforts will be further accelerated through the use of advanced technologies, as in the case of Bangkok's urban development, and through the networks of the participants gathering here. Well, we as nations from Asia have been working together for decarbonization in this region through various efforts. Among these cooperation frameworks, I'd like to highlight Asia Zero Emission Community, or ASEC. The first ministerial meeting was held in March last year, and the first leaders meeting was held in last December. Both were held in Tokyo. 11 countries, including Thailand, are now participating. This dynamic vehicle has embraced two basic concepts. One, triple breakthrough. Triple breakthrough to simultaneously achieve decarbonization, economic growth, and energy security. And two, one goal, various pathways. One goal, various pathways to achieve the common goal of decarbonization by making practical energy transition through diversified methodologies depending on the circumstances of each country. They are the fundamental principles inherent to ASEC. Moreover, as a way of proceeding with cooperation, ASEC partner countries have agreed to accelerate the energy transition by promoting concrete projects. And in addition, by sharing information and best practices, coordinating policies where appropriate, and human resources exchange and development. This year, as an important year for turning these ideas and ways of proceeding into a wide range of actions and enhance its momentum, I'd like to emphasize the following 2 points. First, it is important to further deepen collaboration between governments and the private sectors. At the ASEC leaders meeting in Tokyo last year, nearly 350 specific ongoing cooperation projects involving government agencies and companies were reported. The private sector is actively utilizing the ASEC platform to advance its initiatives. Businesses are the strong drivers for decarbonization in Asia. We, as a government, have high expectations for this movement and look forward to continuing to strengthen public-private partnerships. Second, we need to create enabling environment for decarbonization technologies and projects to automatically outsplit in the region. The discussion of emission reduction method and the promotion of transition finance might be among them. Asia Zero Emission Center will be launched at Jakarta-based Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or ERIA, to support these efforts. The center will conduct research, analytic works, and policy recommendations of a wide range of topics and issues surrounding decarbonization. ASEC partners will have the second ministerial meeting in Jakarta next week, as Ambassador mentioned. Thank you, Indonesia. And ministers will discuss new initiatives to promote decarbonization in power, fuel, and industrial sectors. The coordination is now going on to hold the second leaders meeting in Vientiane this October. Thank you, Laos. And we need to identify Asia solutions through these occasions. Well, among these efforts, CCUS certainly deserve the utmost attention as one of the most important elements in Asia's energy transition, especially as a decarbonization measures for the power generation and industrial sectors. The Asia CCUS Network has been engaged in discussions in close collaboration with ERIA with the aim of promoting CCUS in Asia, where abundant CCUS potential exists. Japan would like to contribute to the discussion by sharing its knowledge on the institutional and the technological development, including the idea and details of Japanese CCS Business Act, which was just approved at the Japanese Diet this year. And we have some experts visiting from Japan are now in this event. They talk about Japanese experience in this afternoon. Finally, during these very important events going on, let's discuss, share our experience and wisdom with each other, and explore together solutions toward our realistic and practical energy transition. And I really appreciate if you remember the word ASEC, or Asia Zero Emission Community. C of ASEC is not conference or not council, but community. SETA is now growing as almost community. I hope ASEC could also contribute to the goal of SETA. Thank you very much. Koppun Krap.
Thank you very much for an insightful remark from Mr. Suruda Masanori on the stage. And next, we will now turn to our attention to an organization that plays a pivotal role in advancing regional cooperation and sustainable development in Asia. And I would like to introduce the Senior Policy Fellow of Energy Affairs on behalf of the President Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or ERIA. And he would like to share for his perspective on importance of regional collaboration in driving sustainable energy solutions on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause and welcome Mr. Shigeru Kimura. Please welcome. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, Sawadee Kap. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for the absence of Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President of the area, due to his busy situation. Consequently, I'd like to deliver my opening remarks on behalf of Mr. Watanabe today. Secondly, I'd like to show my special thanks to SETA 2024 Secretariat for inviting Asia CCUS Network to SETA event, as well as organizing the joint opening ceremony of SETA 2024 and host Asia CCUS Network Forum, ACN4. Asia CCUS Network, hereafter I call ACN, was launched officially in June 2021, and its secretariat was established in ERIA, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. First ACN Forum was held online in 2021, and the second and third forum were held hybrid systems in Tokyo 2022 and Hiroshima 2023, respectively. So this is the first time for us to hold the ACN Forum out of Japan. Thirdly, I'd like to show my great gratitude to the audience here for your participation to SETA 2024 and ACNF4. We have, ACN has a vision, which is through collaboration, cooperation on the development and deployment of CCUS in the Asia region. The network will contribute decarbonization in the Asia region. In this regard, firstly, we hold the knowledge sharing conference periodically to promote information sharing of CCUS in terms of the technology development and the business model for the ASEAN stakeholders, which consist of the private and public companies, academia, financial institutions, and international organizations. Secondly, to increase common and correct understanding of the CCUS, we held the workshop and capacity building training, both online and in person. So far, ACN held 2 workshops and 2 trainings with collaboration of the MRI, Mitsubishi Research Institute, and the JOGMEC, Japan Organization for Metal and Energy Securities, and USGS, United States Geological Survey. Thirdly, through the conducting research studies of CCUS, we made the estimation of the cost structure of the CCS, consists of the capture, transport, and storage, and CO2 storage potentials in ASEAN region and Indonesian territories, and legal frameworks. Asia region is expected to continue the remarkable economic growth to catch up the OECD countries. In this regard, the region will increase energy consumption, especially electricity consumption. Then CO2 emission will also increase continuously because the region fully depends on the fossil fuel currently. Thus, the region needs to increase renewable energy such as the hydropower and the solar PVs aggressively. On the other hand, coal power plant in the region is relatively young, less than 10 years. So shutdown of the coal power plant for Asia countries is not a good way economically. Then the region will still need baseload power, such as the thermal power plant. If so, CCS and the CCUS is one of the solutions for Asian countries to achieve low carbon energy transition and the continuous use of the thermal power plant. In addition, CCS and the CCUS can be applied to the energy intensive industry, such as the iron steel, cement, and chemicals, to reduce their CO2 emissions. ASEAN is currently studying on the cross-border issue of the CO2 transportation. Because some countries in the Asia region has a large potential of the CO2 storage, such as the Indonesians, and can receive the CO2 out of their country for storing the CO2 into the saline aquifer underground. The study point, price of the receiving CO2 for injecting underground, legal framework such as the safety and environmental regulation, and sharing carbon credit, and so on. In addition, appropriate carbon market in the Asia region will be designed under the regional framework. Today, we ASEAN have the three sessions. One is importance of the CCS business regulation, Tsuruda-san mentioned, between the policymakers and the business entities. And the second is the introduction of a discussion of the CCU or carbon recycling among the policy side, supporting organizations and the private sectors. Third, sharing CCS and the CCS activities of ASEAN member countries in terms of the regulation and the legal framework, financing mechanisms, technology development, pilot project, and so on. So that much appreciate many of the audience will participate ASEAN forum continuously and join the discussion with the talented panelists. Finally, saying that I really hope SETA 2024 and ASEAN F4 will be successful and fruitful. And now I stop my opening remarks. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Special thank you for our ERIA representative from Mr. Shigeru Kimura very much for the insightful and very informative address on the stage. And now let's hear for another and one more distinguished leader in the field of energy economics. And I would like to introduce Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Energy Economics, Japan, or IEEJ, whose expertise and leadership have been pivotal in advancing energy research and shaping policy, and his perspective on the future of energy economics and sustainable practice not only enlightening. Please welcome Professor Terasawa Tatsuya. Please share your vision, the future of energy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and welcome to Sustain Asia. I was here last year, and I'm pleased to notice that this event has been expanded with increased participation. But in addition to the expansion of this event, what has changed from last year globally? I would like to share with you 4 major developments. The first is that the climate change issue is becoming more urgent. This summer, many countries are experiencing their hottest summer in their histories. In fact, in Japan, some cities' temperature is getting very close to 40 degrees Celsius. In fact, I arrived here in Bangkok yesterday, and I found Bangkok to be cooler than Tokyo, but just relatively. People do not have to be told. People feel that this earth is getting hotter. Last year at Dubai, at the COP28, member countries agreed with a pledge to triple the renewable energy capacity and to double the energy efficiency improvement. In Europe, EU has started the implementation of CBAM, starting in October last year with the reporting, and with the full implementation expected in January of 2026. But on the other side, there is significant pushback against the climate change issues. The results of the election for the European Parliament demonstrates that there seems to be a very strong resentment among the people against inflation, including the rising cost of energy. This November, there will be a presidential election in the US, and the result of the election, we all know, would impact the global politics about climate change. Coming back to Europe, Europe had put into place various measures to promote energy transition. But due to budgetary constraints, many of them have been scaled down or canceled. One example is the subsidy for the purchase of EVs in Germany was terminated last December, 1 year ahead of the schedule. So we are seeing pushbacks as well. The third development is that it has become clear that we are off the track from our path to realize carbon neutrality. The GHG emission, the greenhouse gas emission in Europe in 2022 was 20%, 20% larger than the level to be on track with the path to realize EU's commitment according to their NDC towards 2030, 20%. Looking at the US, the same figure is even worse. The GHG emission in the US in 2022 was 28%, 28% larger than the level required to stay on track. So we talk about ambitions, setting ambitious goals, but unfortunately, the words and the results, there is a substantial gap. The fourth development is that it has become clear as a consensus that the demand for power will be growing even among the advanced economies. For the past 2 decades, the demand for power among advanced economies, including Japan, was basically flat or declining. But with the expansion of AI, including generative AIs, that the demand for power by data centers is now exploding. And the electrification, the shift to EVs, and the shift from a blast furnace to electric arc furnace in steel production, for example, are resulting in a substantial increase in the demand for power even among advanced economies. And the nature of the demand, especially the data centers, require 24/7 stable supply of power. So these are there are more, but 4 major developments since last year. So what should be the Asian response or actions to deal with these 4 major developments? The first is that we need to accelerate the deployment of renewable energies in Asia. But there are many challenges. One challenge is that Asia has a relatively weak grid network. We know that there are many, many blueprints to construct long-distance transmission lines. But it is about time to turn those blueprints into reality. The second point is that Asia would have to have and expand its supply of power and energy to meet the growing demand. I talked about the increase in the demand for power among advanced economies, but for Asia, you have to add a stronger economic growth. And you have to add the aspiration to raise your living standards. And you have to add this very strong manufacturing sector in Asia. Then the result will be a much, much stronger demand growth for power and energy. And you need to have the supply capacity to meet that demand. To make the matter even worse, as we deploy more renewable energies, you have to deal with the intermittency of variable renewable energies. You need to have a dispatchable power to meet with that intermittency. So with these factors, thermal power generation in Asia would be extremely important, much more important than in the US or European countries. And to be more specific, among the thermal power generation, we all understand that in Asia has a large fleet of young coal-fired power plants. I understand there is criticism, but the reality is that we would have to keep on operating the younger, more efficient coal-fired power plants. But at the same time, we need to reduce the CO2 emission. That would lead us to the co-firing of coal with ammonia or biomass, and also utilizing CCUS to decarbonize the coal-fired power generation. Asia would have to expand the capacity for gas-fired power plants to meet the demand and to provide the necessary dispatchable power. But over the midterm and long term, we will have to decarbonize the gas-fired power plants as well. That's where there should be co-firing with hydrogen, with gas, and eventually leading to 100% burning of hydrogen. And we can also have CCUS to help decarbonize the gas-fired power plants. The third point is that Asia would require zero-emission baseload power generation. As I described, for example, data centers would require 24/7 supply of stable power. The intermittency of the renewable power is not a very good fit with the desired demand. That's where Asia would require a zero-carbon base load power generation. What are the options? The first option is hydropower. Asia has a huge potential for hydropower. There is much more to be realized. So that's the first point. The second is geothermal power generation. With the introduction of new technology utilizing the fracking technology, the potential of geothermal power is now greater than before. This would have to be exploited. The third option is with the introduction of SMR, small modular reactors. I believe it is time for Asia to seriously consider nuclear power as an option for the future of Asia. The fourth point is that we need to have demand-side measures as well. We cannot just let the demand grow without any control. We have to be more efficient in energy conservation, energy consumption, and Asia has so much room left to improve its own energy efficiency. But in addition to just maintaining, controlling the growth of energy consumption, we would have to shift the peak demand so that we can minimize the need to expand our capacity for power generation. And also, we would have to shift the evening demand to daytime so that we can utilize the potential of solar PV even more. The fifth point is adaptation. As we are off the track from the 1.5 degree path, the unfortunate reality is that we have to be better prepared for the increased natural disasters. We would have to have better forecasting. We would have to have a better early warning system to have safe evacuation. And also, we would have to strengthen our infrastructure to make them more resilient against natural disasters. Finally, the sixth point is about Asia. Asia is different from Europe or the US. Strong economic growth, aspiration to raise the living standards, strong manufacturing sector, a large fleet of young coal-fired power plants, and relatively speaking, modest potential for renewable energies compared with some of the Western European countries and the US. With these differences between Asia and US and Europe, Asia would require an Asian solution to deal with the energy trilemma. I have stressed the importance of thermal power for Asia. I have stressed the demand-side measures. I have stressed the need for adaptation measures. I stressed the importance of CCUS, but I would like to add two more. One is that Asia requires a financing to deal with the challenge of Asia. European finance is based on EU taxonomy, basically making a distinction between green and non-green and only allowing financing for the green. The assumption is that the shift from 100 CO2 emission would have to be turned into zero emission as a single step. But frankly, that is not consistent with the reality of Asia. There is many things in between. If we can decrease the CO2 emission from 100 to 50 and realizing zero emission with multiple steps, I believe that is worthwhile being supported. And that leads us to the necessity of having transition finance. And that's where I think Asia would have to work on. The second thing is that, as I said, EU is now implementing CBAM. CBAM is basically a de facto tariff and basically imposing the carbon pricing level of EU on its trading partners. Asia has been growing with the expansion of trade. So Asia would have to look into CBAM and ensuring that CBAM will not get any worse and hopefully making CBAM better. But these Asian solutions, or the Asian voice, no single country in Asia, including Japan, is not strong enough, large enough to provide those solutions or having a strong voice. We would have to unite as Asia, and Asia with its growth and its trade capacity deserve the position in the world to have a stronger voice and provide solution. And one of the platforms to make that happen is ASEC, the Asia Zero Emission Community, as described by the Ambassador and Mr. Tsuruda. Through ASEC, Asia Zero Emission Community, there will be a platform for ASEAN countries, Japan, Australia, and potentially others, to unite, get together, and provide the action for an Asian solution and provide a stronger voice for Asia. In the three-day discussion here, I would hope that we will have a better and deepened understanding about the solution for Asia and turn the ideas into actions and strengthen the Asian voice so that we can speak out to the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you, Professor Tetsuya very much for such a very informative and insightful remarks and address on the stage. And next, I would like to welcome and invite one more, which is the keynote address on the stage, and he is the Vice Chair Impact the World Energy Council, former Chief Executive Officer, Tokyo Electric Power Company, or TEPCO. With the topic is a global context, rethinking the low-carbon energy transition towards a net zero economy. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause and welcome Mr. Naomi Hirose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Naomi Hirose. It is my great pleasure and an honor to be back here at SETA 2024. This is my second time to attend this conference after last year, and thank you for providing me this opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion today. The World Energy Council, of which I am vice chair, held a big energy conference called World Energy Congress in Rotterdam, Netherlands, in April this year. It was a 4-day discussion on the theme redesigning energy for people and planet. About 4,000 participants gathered from 118 countries around the world, and 350 speakers discussed on the various topics in 65 sessions. It was a quite huge conference. One of the characteristics of the World Energy Council is its very extensive network of the member countries, which covers all over the world. And actually, many participants gathered from the global south in Rotterdam. And I think that we tend to discuss many issues related to climate and then energy from the perspective of developed countries. But in Rotterdam, one participant from Africa clearly mentioned, quote, hydrogen is not considered affordable for African countries. We need stable electric supply on a day-to-day basis. I think it was a very strong, powerful statement. In fact, each country and in each region is struggling to solve the energy trilemma issue, but it's really difficult, and then each country has its own energy situation and an economic situation, and of which each country is struggling. So naturally, there is no one-size-fits-all type solution here. I think that's why each country and in each region has to make every effort to do whatever they can do right now, immediately. In that context, I feel that there is a global consensus as forming in the international energy conferences attended by energy experts and then energy professionals. The global consensus is forming as to that promotion of electrification on demand side and decarbonization on the electric supply side. As you know, that the electric vehicles consume just 1/3 of the energy compared to the combustion gasoline engine automobiles. And then a lot of fossil fuels are used to produce heat. In homes and then in buildings, heat is used for heating and making hot water. In factories, heat is used to process the products. But if these heats are produced by electric heat pumps, the total energy consumption would be greatly reduced. In other words, that electrification reduces consumption of fossil fuels while reducing the total energy consumption. Of course, the electrification increases the demand of electric. So we have to meet this growing demand without burning fossil fuel and without emitting a lot of CO2. So this is a big challenge. But if we could use a lot of renewable energies and then nuclear power, the total CO2 emission could be mitigated very, very much. But it is not easy to convert all the trucks and then buses to all electric vehicles. And then still many factories need high temperature heat and steam to produce their products. And then it is not easy for the even electric heat pump system can produce that high temperature heat. They can produce very, very effectively below 200 degrees Celsius, but above that, it's not easy. That's why the new technologies such as hydrogen must play a very, very important role in these fields. And then research and development of new technologies are essential. However, the development of new technology involves some risks. These risks include the possibility of the development will not proceed as planned, and the cost is higher than expected. So that relying solely on development of new technology remains some kind of the risk provocations. On the other hand, electrification technologies such as electric vehicles and then heat pump systems, and then decarbonization technology such as renewable energy generation and nuclear power are existing, available now, so that we should use that right now, immediately. And then also that usually development of new technology takes many, many years. We can't wait for many, many years. So in the meantime, we should promote electrification on demand side and then decarbonization on the electric supply side. And I think it's not easy. It still continues to be a very, very big challenge to meet these increasing electric demand by non-carbon energy electric sources. And so that while we move forward to with the global warming countermeasures, electric consumption will increase inevitably. As Mr. Teraza just mentioned, in addition to that, there is no doubt that explosive spread of AI-related technology will accelerate the increase of electric demand. According to IEA, International Energy Agency, when you ask a question and then get an answer from ChatGPT, ChatGPT consumes 2.9 watt-hour, which is very, very small amount. But still, this is 10 times more than that of the consumption of the conventional Google search. Soon, every smart meter will be equipped with this application as a standard equipment. So people in the world will use this application frequently, every day. They ask us many, many questions, including stupid questions. So the amount of electricity consumed just for this will be great. In addition to that, there is a global shortage of semiconductors. In fact, semiconductor manufacturing factories continue to be built in Japan. And this factory consumes huge amount of electricity as well as water. And this plant, as Mr. Terrazas mentioned, operates with a very, very high utilization ratio, as high as 75%, 24/7. It's a flat curve demand. Moreover, there is a worldwide rush to build data centers. Again, IEA predicts the total amount of electric consumption just for data centers in the world will reach 1 trillion kilowatt hour in 2026. This is 2.2 times more than the year 2022 level. So it increased 2.2 times within 4 years. And this 1 trillion kilowatt hour is a magnitude comparable the total electric power consumption of entire Japan. Isn't that amazing? And then again, 45% of the data center electric consumption is used for air conditioning, cooling, and 30% is for computing. In other words, these 75% is continuously is used, right? So again, the utilization factor of the average data center will be very, very high as 75%. It's a flat load curve for 24/7. Having worked for electric power company for many, many years, I think it would be extremely difficult to supply stable electricity to these kind of demand, high flat curve demand with the intermittent and electric power sources such as solar or wind. Actually, in fact, the most suitable electric power sources for these kind of demand is nuclear for avoiding CO2 emissions. So it's kind of, we are going to, move to the more and more difficult world. The electric consumption will increase, not just because of the electrification, but also because of the explosive spread of AI technologies. In Southeast Asia, for example, I think that total electric power consumption just for data center in Singapore has already reached 7% of the total electric power consumption in Singapore already. So in Thailand, soon the electric demand just for the AI-related technology will increase very, very much. So maybe you have to think many, many different ways to cope with that. Well, when data centers are built in urban area, for example, we have to build high voltage transmission line from the distant power plant, right? And if we build data center near the electric power plant, the buildings of the high voltage transmission line will be shortened. Of course, we have to send data from data center to the urban area. So we have to build fiber optical cables, right? But although the cost varies depending on the building construction locations, but generally speaking, the cost of building transmission line, high voltage transmission line, is 2 digits higher than the cost of the building fiber optical cables. So the building data centers or those newly emerging AI-related demand close to the electric power plants would be less wasteful in terms of the socio-economic viewpoint. And then naturally, the CO2 emission would be minimized. So in Thailand, maybe you have to think about building your data center in the outskirts of the hydroelectric power plants in Laos, and then building that cable, fiber optical cables from there to Bangkok. Of course, there could be an opposition to build data center, your own data center in other countries for energy, data security reason. However, if you depend on other countries for power in the first place, and then using that power to operate data centers, data security risk is not the only one risk. We have to also worry about energy security risk. So it's a very, very complicated story. Well, in closing, I have a lot of opportunities to participate in International Energy Conference. And then I often feel that we tend to focus on supply side issues rather than demand side issues, such as when to stop coal-fired power station, or how to increase in renewable power, how to build the supply chain of hydrogen and such. However, I think that the demand-side management, demand-side initiatives are also very, very important. The media also focus on supply-side issue. So we do not hear much about what average energy users, energy consumer need to do. It would leave the energy problem, global warming problem, just to supply side. And if we use energy as much as possible and as much as we want, and put all the responsibility to the supply side, it would make difficult to solve already difficult problems. What I mentioned today, for example, building the air-elevated facility near the electric power plant, is another example of demand-side management. Peak cutting, peak shifting, load leveling have been the conventional, basic of the demand-side management. But from now, we have to have a broader view of the demand-side management, such as consideration for the optimal solution for the plant location, demand location, and then attract them to certain area. Well, we are moving forward to achieving the net zero society. We need to put all the options on the table, including these new ideas, and then consider them very, very thoroughly. Well, I'm very much looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hirose, very much for that compelling keynote address. Now we move and we'd like to hear from one of our beloved and esteemed sponsor who is playing a pivotal role in advancing sustainability and innovation. And of course, his leadership in sustainability is vital to driving progress and fostering environmentally and responsible for practice as well. Of course, he's a Chief Sustainability Officer at the Siam Cement Group, or AKA SCG. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's hear the vision and insight from Dr. Chana Pumi. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be here today as a key sponsor, as the SCG also aware of the transition to the decarbonization of a new era of the low carbon economy is very important. Today, I would like to share something that I think is very important for Thailand, as Thailand also need green infrastructure, not limit only the electricity, but also the gas pipeline, and also how we can manage our water system. That is quite very important in the future, as you may know that TNFT, the nature laws, that the second wave of the climate crisis is coming soon. Let us start with the 5 key initiatives of the green infrastructure. The energy transition from a national perspective. This is one of the very important by expanding alternative energy resource, and also modernize our transmission line and distribution line, what we call the smart grid for Thailand. We can ensure a smooth transition to a sustainable energy future if we can have like a platform and also liberalize our existing assets. Second, strategic location of national gas pipeline, as we have also a lot of the SME in the western area of Bangkok. In that area also use a lot of the coal and lignite. Therefore, if we can extend the gas pipeline, that most of the pipelines in the eastern area, if we can connect this one, it's really helpful for the Thailand to transition to the low carbon economy. Third, diverse the modes of the transportation infrastructure. Nowadays, the government talk only the rail system, but in Thailand also we can have like a multimodal, combine and integrate the rail system with the water mode and also the road or truck. This can lower our logistic cost and lower emission. The fourth, as I told you that the irrigation system for Thailand need to improve and develop in the way that we can utilize not only for the industrial side but also for the agricultural industry. Integration of the water management efficiently will help a lot of the water management, both the supply and demand side. Last point is how we can utilize our land resources, that we have a lot of land that can make the both the solar energy and also do the energy crop for Thailand. And today is the limit of the time. I will just focus on the 3 of the key initiative. First is let's discuss about the grid modernization. The transition to a sustainable energy future requires that we rethink about the energy infrastructure. Government play a crucial role in this by enabling a third-party assessment approach. The grid is using the capacity that still have a lot of the transmission line, distribution line that we can connect the very cheap source of the solar energy. As in my company, SEG, we also have the cell generation, about 30% of the electricity. Cost is much more cheaper than what we buy from the grid. It's about 1/3. Therefore, if we can have utilize the grid of the government side and utilize the land beside the load, we can have very cheap electricity to do more. Even we can produce the hydrogen by the very cheap electricity tariff if the price lower than 1.5 baht per unit. Second, if we talk about the transition, we cannot avoid that we can have the green financing to support the transition. This one also we still not have this scheme quite clear from the government side. We also try to talk to the outside Thailand and learn about how we can set up the green financing to support our green transition for the energy side and also the other side. This what I also want to mention that we have the Salaburi Sandbox that focus on the area-based approach, try to scale down Thailand and simulate in the one province and test how the existing law and regulation or regulatory of Thailand can support our transition. We found that if we can have like green funding or the financing support scheme or policy from outside Thailand and from the government side, we can expedite a lot of projects that is, have the promising technology already. Next, also, if we talk about the technology, in Thailand, it's quite suitable for biomass. In our case, SCG also utilize biomass, nearly 1 million tons a year for 15 years ago. We start by chance to reduce our cost, the reduction for cement process. So nowadays also we have the test the pilot project in Salaburi Sandbox, do the Napier farm, and also cement industry also can support the demand side to replace the fossil fuel that we import from outside Thailand and can save a lot of money for the foreign currency. Next, what I want to mention is the using energy source. Again, potentially the energy of the local area still have a lot of opportunity. For example, irrigation system, we have the long canal that we can do the floating solar. Unfortunately, that is obstructed by a lot of the different regulatory from different ministry. So if we can solve the regulatory issue, we also can settle a lot of solar floating in the area of irrigation system, connect to the grid modernization. Thailand will have a very good chance to get very cheap renewable energy with the low emission. Conclusion today, the path to sustainable future is clear. We must leverage our existing infrastructure support by green financing and also develop technology that are both effective and accessible. The role of the government in shaping the policy that support this initiative cannot be overstated. As we continue to develop and modernize our infrastructure, let's not do so with the principle of the sustainability and inclusivity at the forefront of our effort. As our company also launched the inclusive green growth. The meaning is we also can do better business model together with the better green society. Thank you very much. Thank you ครับ
ขอบพระคุณดร.ชนะนะคะแล้วก็เรียนเชิญท่านอยู่ต่อ Thank you very much Executive Director from ACG, Dr. Chana Phumi, and it's time the opening ceremony for Sustain Asia Week 2024. Together with the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum, and I would like to invite more advisor to Minister of Energy Thailand on behalf of the Minister of Thailand, Dr. Norkun Sitthiphong. Would you please go up the stage? And His Excellency Mr. Otaka Masato, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Kingdom of Thailand. Please, I would like to invite Deputy Commissioner of International Affairs, Agency for Natural Resources and Energy, or ANRE, Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry, or METI, Japan, Mr. Tsuruda Masanori. And I would like to invite more Professor Terasawa Tatsuya, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Institute of Energy Economics, Japan, or IEJ. And I would like to invite Mr. Naomi Hirose, Vice Chair Impact the World Energy Council, former CEO Tokyo Electric Power Company, or TEPCO. And I would like to invite Mr. Shigeru Kimura, Senior Policy Fellow of Energy Affairs, on behalf of President Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or ERIA. And I would like to invite Professor Dr. Pisut Pian Manakun, the Chairman of SETA 2024. Would you please join the stage? It is time and momentous occasion for the opening ceremony, Sustain Asia Week 2024 and the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum. I would like to brief you shortly before we have an auspicious ceremony. Right behind yourself, would you please wait for my countdown from 5 to 1, and then would you please show your hands and touch on the screen under flame for each one of the flame, and then turn around again and keep smiling to photographer. This is the first shot. All right, attendees, participants, I think you may help me and help each other to count out together from 5 to 1. And, gentlemen, I think you all ready? Together on my countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can I have a big round of applause to every gentleman on the stage? Thank you very much. And now it's officially open, Sustain Asia Week 2024 and the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you joining us here at BITEC Bangkok, and to those tuning in from all over the world. I am pleased to inform you that aside from all of us here, we are joined by hundreds of participants joining us online. My name is Talia from ERIA. It is my great pleasure to be your MC today. This morning, we just witnessed a welcoming ceremony for SETA 2024. And today, now we are here for a very special event. Welcome to the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum, jointly hosted by ERIA as the Secretariat of the Asia CCUS Network and the Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry of Japan, with cooperations from the Ministry of Energy of Thailand and the Secretariat of SETA 2024. Please give us a round of applause. Thank you. Last year, we convened in Hiroshima for the 3rd forum, and we are very happy to be able to gather once again for the 4th forum. We are honored to present a lineup of speakers and distinguished leaders from across the region. We will have a productive day, so without further ado, please turn your attention to the screen as we will hear a message from the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, His Excellency Minister Arifin Tasrif.
Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, His Excellency Mr. Ken Saito, Minister of Energy Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Pirapan, Excellency Ministers, Honorable Professor Watanabe, President of ERIA, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure to be part of this prestigious event, the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum. Thank you, ERIA, for inviting me. As we all know, the world is facing an unprecedented energy challenges. The need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to mitigate the impact of climate change is more urgent than ever. At the same time, access to affordable and reliable energy remains a critical development priority, especially for many Asian countries. In this context, the transition to a low-carbon economy is not only an environmental necessity, but also an economic opportunity. Indonesia recognizes the potential of CCUS technology as a key component of our energy transition strategy. Indonesia has developed the energy transition roadmap to achieve net zero emission in the energy sector by 2060, both in the supply and demand sides. The strategies include acceleration of renewable energy development, retirement of coal-fired power plants, implementation of clean technology such as hydrogen and CCS, CCUS, utilization of electric vehicle, biofuel, as well as application of energy efficiency measures. We believe that CCS, CCUS can help us. We believe that CCS, CCUS can help us to reduce emissions from our industrial sector, while also creating new economic opportunities and jobs. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia currently has several CCS, CCUS projects or studies that are being conducted, mostly in oil and gas working areas operated by Pertamina. Tangguh CCUS in West Papua, Abadi Masela CCS in Maluku, and Sakakemang CCS in South Sumatra have obtained plan of development approvals, while several others are still in the study phase. The government of Indonesia will fully support CCS development in Indonesia, and we are aware that regulation is one of the main enablers for the implementation of CCS projects. Within the last 2 years, the government of Indonesia has issued the Presidential Regulation number 14 of 2024 on CCS and Ministerial Regulation number 2 of 2023 on the implementation of CCS, CCUS in upstream oil and gas. The Presidential Regulation has broadened the scopes of CCS hub implementation with the CO2 source not only from oil and gas but also from other domestic and international industry through cross-border CCS. Currently, we are finalizing the Ministerial Regulation as mandated by the Presidential Regulation and conducting several discussions with other related ministries to support the development of the CCS ecosystem in Indonesia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from the previous Asia CCUS Network forums, we realized that CCUS deployment requires significant investment. Legal framework and policy, incentives, carbon pricing, technology innovation, public engagement, and international approach are also needed. Furthermore, cross-border CCS as a potential solution to support decarbonization in the region still has several issues, especially related to transboundary CO2 transportation. The Asia CCUS Network and all its members need to collaborate and address these challenges. I believe that by working together, we can accelerate the deployment of CCUS technology and contribute to a sustainable and prosperous future for our region. Besides, as a pioneering industry, there are still many opportunities to be involved in the development of CCS activities in Indonesia. The Indonesian government invites all forms of cooperation to support the development of the Indonesia industry, including joint study for potential projects, technology transfer collaboration, financing and investment opportunity, as well as capacity building and knowledge exchange. As the final note, let us leverage this forum to its fullest potential through an exchange of ideas, information, and experiences from distinguished speakers and panelists from across the region to underline the importance of CCUS and how to support the deployment, especially in Asia region. I wish you all a pleasant and fruitful forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for sending us a video message. Next, we would like to hear from Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Please turn your attention to the screen as we hear from His Excellency Minister Saito Ken.
I would like to express my sincere appreciation for participating in Asia CCUS Network Forum. I am Ken Saito, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. First, on behalf of the government of Japan, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of you present today for participating in this forum, both in person and online, and to the ministers who have sent in messages to the Secretariat of Sustainable Energy Technology Asia, and to everyone who has contributed to the organization of this forum. Japan is promoting cooperation through the Asia Zero Emission Community to advance decarbonization in Asia while ensuring economic growth and energy security. We share with the ASEC partner countries the importance of working towards the common global goal of net zero emissions through various pathways considering each country's circumstances. On these pathways, it is important to utilize all technologies and energy sources, and among such technologies, CCUS is particularly important in decarbonization power and industrial sectors. Based on this belief, the Asia CCUS Network, in cooperation with the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, has been working to promote and develop CCUS in Asia by holding forums and sharing the CCS guidelines published by JOGMEC. This fourth forum is the first one being held outside of Japan. We are very pleased to hold this forum in Thailand, which has great market potential for CCUS, and to demonstrate that the importance of CCUS is spreading throughout Asia. We also hope that by holding this event within the framework of SETA, Asia's leading event in the energy sector, a wide range of stakeholders interested in energy transitions in Asia will be brought together to form new connections and networks, thereby further expanding decarbonization efforts in that region. In promoting CCUS projects, it is important to establish laws at the national and regional levels, form rules for realizing the trans-border transportation of CO2, improve economic efficiency, and resolve technical issues. This year, Japan passed the CCS Business Act, which stipulates the necessary procedures and regulations for launching CCS projects by 2030, and the Diet approved the commissioning of the 2009 revision of the London Protocol. In addition, we have selected and supporting 9 advanced projects that will serve as models for future projects, including the transboundary transportation of CO2. Furthermore, Japan has advanced technological capabilities in underground storage, separation and capture, and transportation, all of which are necessary technologies for CCS. By sharing these Japanese technologies and experience, we will contribute to the common vision that will share for the development of CCS in the Asian region. I would like to conclude my remarks by expressing my hope that the outcomes of the lively discussions at today's forum will contribute to the further promotion of CCUS in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Saito, for your remarks. Next, we are going to hear from Lau PDR. He is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mines, Mr. Kamso Kupukam.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, on behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mine of Laos People Democratic Republic, I Kamso Kupokam, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, has the honor to deliver my congratulatory remark for the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum and SETA 2024 held in Bangkok, Thailand. First of all, allow me to remind us again of the crucial role that CCUS can play in addressing climate change and achieving sustainable development of the Southeast Asia region. CCUS can enable the region to transition toward cleaner energy sources by capturing CO2 emission from industry processes and power generation. We see the opportunity that CCUS infrastructure can attract foreign investment, stimulate economic growth and job creation in related industries and CCUS itself, since CCUS projects require skilled workers for installation, operation, and maintenance. We also can envision that CCUS will drive innovation in technology and engineering, and this region will benefit from knowledge transfer, collaboration, and trade opportunities with other countries involved in CCUS research and development. CCUS enables the production of low carbon products. Our region can explore manufacturing opportunities related to these products, contributing the economic diversification. We can further aim to make CCUS as a solution for the other industries to reduce their carbon footprint by adopting CCUS. Existing sectors such as manufacturing and energy can continue to operate sustainably while meeting emission reduction targets. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by understanding the important role of CCUS and opportunities that CCUS can bring, as I described earlier, the Laos PDR, as the only landlocked country in the Southeast Asia, we have been promoting CCUS investment in the country. We have the promotion policy and regulatory framework for attracting foreign investment for CCUS as following. In terms of investment incentives, our investment promotion law offers incentives such as tax holidays, reduced import-export duties, land lease at preferential rates, especially in our special economic zones. In terms of promotion and outreach, we have Ministry of Planning and Investment and its delegated agencies called the Investment Promotion Department, which encourage investment through its website, fostering a constructive dialogue between the relevant government agency and private sectors. In terms of infrastructure, we have been developing necessary infrastructure for CCUS investment. We have transportation network including railway connecting with Thailand and China. We have many sites which can be potential for CCUS projects. We have electricity and water supply network nationwide. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Lao PDR has also collaborated and participated in ASEAN in Asia CCUS Network to work and learn from the policymaker, financial institution, industry player, and academy to create the CCUS enabling environment in the region and in the country. Many of our key officials were participating the network events, workshops and conferences to learn from global best practice and tailor them to our specific context and national policies, which can align with international guidelines and standards. We are exploring the opportunity for technical collaboration with other CCUS technical institutes and organizations to encourage in joint research studies, technical, economic, and legal aspects for CCUS within East Asia for enhancing technical capabilities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the opportunities and the CCUS promotion put in the place by the Lao government, the CCUS relating project in Lao PDR has still been at the preliminary stage and totally dependent on the limited private funding. Therefore, the Ministry of Energy and Mines will strongly continue to establish technical collaboration and research collaboration to strengthen our CCUS efforts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to take the opportunity for this forum to invite the welcome CCUS investors, businesses, institutes, organizations, and researchers to Lao PDR to explore our CCUS development opportunities in the country. We have a lot of potential sites to be identified. We are ready to exchange and learn CCUS technologies and experiences to raise awareness about CCUS among the public, industries, and policymakers. We have sufficient tools and infrastructure which can be enhanced to facilitate your CCUS investment and researches. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I was informed that the agenda of this forum will address firstly the topic of commercialization of CCS or CCUS businesses in relation to legal and regulatory frameworks. Secondly, the topic of CCU carbon recycling in relation to policy and economic aspects. Thirdly, the topic of collaboration with the carbon management challenge. In addition, several signing ceremonies of MOU or MOC between Japanese organizations and ASEAN organizations such as Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before ending my remark, I would like to congratulate the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or ERIA, and the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, and the Ministry of Energy of Thailand for their successful arrangement and co-hosting of the 4 Asia CCUS Network Forum, and of course SETA 2024. I also would like to them for the opportunity for my ministry to deliver this remark, and for the invitation and arrangement for the representative of my ministry to participate in this forum. On behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mines of Lao PDR, I would like to once again affirm you on that the Lao PDR remains committed to sustainable CCUS development and its participation in the Asia CCUS Network for realizing the goal of Asia and ASEAN carbon neutrality. We invite collaboration, knowledge sharing, and joint efforts to overcome obstacles for CCUS implementation and create a cleaner, greener future of region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kopokam, for the remarks. Next, we are going to hear from Chief Operating Office of the Energy Commission. Let us hear from Insinyur Dr. Sanjayan Falatam from Malaysia.
Dr. Prasad Sins Suk Prasad, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy, Thailand. Mr. Wakuda Hajime, Director General of the National Resources and Fuel Department, Agency of Natural Resources and Energy, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan, fellow Asia CCUS Network member countries, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Indeed, it's my honor and privilege to extend warm congratulations on behalf of Malaysia at this important gathering, the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum. This forum marks another milestone in our aspiration towards a sustainable and low-carbon future. As we gather here today, we are keenly aware of the challenges ahead, the urgency of our mission to address climate change has never been more apparent. Malaysia, along with many Asian countries, have committed to achieving net zero as early as 2050. This forum presents a key step in our journey towards that goal. Ladies and gentlemen, carbon capture, utilization and storage, or otherwise known as CCUS, technologies will be one of the essential efforts to reduce carbon emissions, particularly in the energy sector. Malaysia is also committed to playing a leading role in CCUS development. Our National Energy Transition Roadmap, otherwise known as NETA, outlines a strategic plan to establish 3 CCUS hubs in Malaysia by 2030, with a combined storage capacity of up to 15 million tons per annum. I'm pleased to share that Malaysia is making significant strides in this direction. At the federal level, the Ministry of Economy is finalizing the CCUS bill to be tabled in Parliament this November. It is likely to be concluded in 2025, establishing a robust framework, a regulatory framework for CCUS deployment in our country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, my heartfelt appreciation goes to the organizers, ERIA and METI, as well as the Ministry of Energy Thailand and the Secretariat of SETA 2024 for their cooperation in bringing us together for this important day. All participants, government representatives, industrial leaders and experts, your presence and contributions indeed valuable. Let us approach today's session with an open mind and collaborative spirits. I'm optimistic that our collective expertise and shared commitment will make this one-day forum a great success. I'm confident that the insights shared and the discussions held during this compact yet informative forum will really shape our path forward. I wish you all a productive and inspiring day. Together, let us seize this opportunity and look forward to a fruitful session ahead. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Falatam, for the remarks. Next, we are going to hear from the President of ERIA himself. Please let us hear from Professor Tetsuya Watanabe.
First of all, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Ministers, Head of International Energy Agencies, industry leaders, distinguished speakers, and all participants for their unwavering support of the Asia CCUS Network. I'm deeply honored to extend a warm welcome to each one of you at the commencement of the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum, focusing on carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and the role of carbon recycling. As ASEAN strives to ensure energy security and achieve the national determined contributions, it is paramount to address these pressing challenges through collaborative efforts and strategic policy discussions. ASEAN, home to a rapidly growing population and diverse economies, faces a significant increase in energy demand. Fossil fuels continue to occupy a significant share in the energy mix. Even under the carbon neutrality scenario, coal and gas power generation will continue to comprise over 40% of the power mix. However, most of these plants will incorporate CCS technology from 2030 onwards. Recognizing that many ASEAN nations will remain reliant on fossil fuels for the foreseeable future, it is of utmost importance to expedite the deployment of CCUS technology throughout the ASEAN region with the aim of commercializing this technology by 2030. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, CCS and CCUS and carbon recycling is not option but a necessity for countries that need to rejuvenate their system from the fossil fuel dependency to a system of clean and renewables. ERIA is the Secretariat of the Asia CCUS Network with the vision to contribute to the decarbonization of the region through collaboration and cooperation on development and deployment of CCUS in Asia. The CCUS Asia Network also supports Southeast Asia countries to identify the pilot projects. Several studies are ongoing under the Asia CCUS Network's activities in collaboration with knowledge partners such as Global CCS Institute and BRIN. We are also working with Sumitomo Corporation for the feasibility study of CCUS in Tanjung Jati B coal-fired power plant in central Java. Collectively, these studies and projects assess the role of carbon capture and storage in Southeast Asia to support the achievement of net zero emissions target, review the policy and legal frameworks necessary to enable CCUS to play that role, examine the need for collaboration between Southeast Asian nations, including institutional frameworks, and discuss options to facilitate financing of CCUS in the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while ASEAN holds immense potential for successful CCUS development, there is still much work to be done to make CCUS an effective means of achieving our decarbonization goals. Financing remains a critical challenge for CCUS development and deployment in this region. Several countries, such as Malaysia and Thailand, have introduced incentives and tax exemptions to support CCUS development and deployment. Additionally, the joint credit mechanism has indicated its availability for CCUS. It is imperative to encourage public-private partnerships for CCUS financing. De-risking mechanisms across the CCUS value chain will be pivotal to securing financing, and achieving an affordable price for CCUS will necessitate cooperation both within ASEAN and throughout international support. In concluding, I'd like to emphasize the critical role that continuous knowledge sharing through this platform plays in shaping energy policy and planning. I wish this forum abundance of insightful discussion and a resounding success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Watanabe, and all distinguished leaders for sending us messages in this very important forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to break for lunch. During the lunch break, we are going to have a press conference right here in this room. So especially for our media friends, we would like to invite you to stay in this room for the press conference. For those of you who are heading for lunch, please make sure to be back here at 1:15. So we are going to have a 60 minutes lunch break, and we are going to continue the panel discussions after lunch. So have an enjoyable lunch, and we will see you back in 1 hour. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum. First of all, I apologize for a little bit of delay in the program. We'll try to still finish on time. Next, we are going to hear keynote speeches from the Chief Executive Officer of the Global CCS Institute. Please turn your attention to the screen as we hear from Mr. Jared Daniels.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jared Daniels, CEO of the Global CCS Institute. I'm delighted to be able to address today's forum. Thank you for inviting me. Apologies that I could not join you in person at what I am sure has been a fantastic event so far. I'd like to begin today with a brief introduction to the Global CCS Institute, our mission and what we do, before providing an outlook on CCS in Asia, particularly the enormous opportunities we at the Institute see for the region. The Global CCS Institute is an international think tank driven by a mission to accelerate the deployment of CCS globally for a net zero emissions future. We have 200 members across governments, global corporations, private companies, research bodies, and NGOs, all committed to a net zero future. We have staff located strategically around the world with offices in Melbourne, Washington, DC, where I'm recording this for you, Tokyo, Beijing, Abu Dhabi, London, and Brussels. I'm also excited to announce we will be establishing an office in Malaysia later this year. Central to achieving our mission, our strategic plan is focused around 3 key pillars of action: fact-based influential advocacy, really catalytic thought leadership, and the sharing of knowledge as broadly and authoritatively as we can as part of the broader global CCS community. Of particular note, I would like to highlight a program we are very proud of in Asia, our SETA initiative. SETA is the Institute's Southeast Asia CCS Accelerator initiative, presented in collaboration with ERIA. I would like to take this opportunity to thank ERIA for their continued support and participation and partnership for SETA. Through this initiative, we are working with governments, multilateral organizations, and the private sector to help accelerate investment in CCS all across Southeast Asia as an essential part of the region's broader efforts to mitigate climate change. SETA involves a series of workshops with participants taking action driven by each workshop outcome. The first workshop was held in May 2023 in Bangkok. Since then, there have been 2 other workshops, with the next to be held in Malaysia later this month. The SETA program is structured to address the most significant challenges to investment in CCS in Southeast Asia. These include CCS regulation, enabling policy, and geologic storage resource development. To date, the workshops have been very productive, and we are immensely proud of the impact they are having, particularly at this crucial time for CCS and our global climate. CCS is an essential and long recognized part of global decarbonization efforts. Over the years, we have seen this recognition steadily translate into action from policymakers and the private sector to accelerate CCS deployment. Data we collect at the Institute indicates a surge in investment and development of CCS facilities globally, which we can see on this slide. As of March of this year, the Institute's facility database included over 500 facilities in various stages of development worldwide. Of these, 43 are currently operational. 76 are in the Asia-Pacific region, with 12 of those already operating. In terms of capture capacity, the global project pipeline now has a cumulative capture capacity of over 420 million ton per annum, 0.4 gigaton per annum. Currently, the Institute is finalizing our updated numbers ahead of the release of our annual Global Status of CCS report in October, and with all indications being these numbers will show a significant increase yet again when we release that report. However, there is still much work to be done, and not just in Southeast Asia, but globally, as we are to limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees and avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Achieving a global climate target will require annual CO2 storage rates of approximately 1 gigaton per annum by 2030 and multiple gigatons per annum by 2050. There's clearly much more work we all need to do together. With this global progress and acceleration of CCS deployment as a backdrop, let's now zoom in on Asia, where CCS progress varies from country to country, but the potential for the region is substantial. Asia is home to a number of rapidly growing economies, with rising energy demands and a continuing reliance on fossil fuels and hard-to-abate industries, such as cement and steel, which are an integral part of our societies. CCS will be critical to balancing economic development and industrial growth with meeting our global emission reduction targets. CCS will also provide a pathway to the realization of new markets like low-carbon hydrogen and ammonia, which present significant economic and decarbonization opportunities in the region and globally. Realizing these opportunities and deploying CCS in the region, however, does come with challenges. One of these is the uneven distribution of geologic storage resources across Asia. Countries lacking suitable storage sites, such as Japan, Singapore, and South Korea, are actively looking for CO2 storage service providers and opportunities for partnership. This is where transnational CCS value chain is at the fore of regional approaches to CCS development. Asia has an enormous opportunity to establish a transnational CCS value chain, creating an international trade in CO2 transport and storage. At the broadest level, this means deploying the capture of CO2 wherever necessary and transporting that CO2 to the optimal geologic storage sites in a neighboring jurisdiction. This type of transnational value chain can play a critical role in unlocking several key opportunities, including significantly reducing the costs associated with achieving net zero commitments, creating new low-emission hubs and industries, and protecting and creating jobs. Across the region, there is much concurrent activity between various proponents seeking to establish cross-border CCS projects. In part, this is captured in many agreements being signed between private and public sector actors this year, and we look forward to this going forward in the future. Earlier this year, JOGMEC, METI, and Petronas signed a memorandum of cooperation to promote discussions on cross-border CO2 transport and storage. Petronas and JERA signed a joint study agreement to assess a full CCS value chain from Japan to Malaysia. Another example, INEOS, JX Japan, Mitsubishi Corporation, and Petronas signed an MOU to evaluate and establish CCS value chains from Tokyo Bay to Malaysia. And maybe one final example, BP and Chubu Electric signed an MOU to study CO2 capture in Japan and storage in Indonesia. So you can see there's quite a bit of activity going on, which is really nice to see. Realizing the transnational value chain opportunity, however, requires a sound and investable business case to make things happen. This brings us to the requirement for a sound business case for CCS broadly and for a transnational value chain. This slide is based on what we see from successful projects that we are keeping track of worldwide. The time of this presentation, there's just simply not enough time to discuss each of these points at length. So I would just like to focus on the government-to-government agreements, which we consider absolutely essential and a key driver behind the private sector activity, some of the examples I just provided. As transport of CO2 across international borders for geologic storage is relatively new industry, before trade can commence, bilateral agreements are needed between exporting and importing countries. These are essential to ensure the integrity of carbon accounting for national inventories, to clearly define how liabilities for CO2 are managed and transferred as it crosses international borders, to provide project investors with confidence that exporting and importing countries are committed to supporting CO2 trade and the conditions attached to that, and to comply with London Protocol or the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea for countries that are parties to those particular treaties. It's encouraging to see the collaborative efforts and the necessary commercial drive to establish regional CCS networks embodied in many of these MOUs, joint ventures, and agreements between project developers all across the region. At the Institute, we are also encouraged to see the increasing cooperation and collaboration between governments in supporting and creating international CCS value chains, and look forward to this continuing and expanding. Government-to-government agreements combined with proactive government policy support and ongoing international collaboration will all be crucial in shoring up the confidence investors need to mobilize the trillions of private sector dollars needed to realize this transnational CCS opportunity. As I talk about international collaboration, I'd like to reiterate the Institute's view that the path to a sustainable future hinges on our collective commitment to innovation and collaboration together, which is why we welcome global initiatives like the Carbon Management Challenge announced at last year's Major Economies Forum. This is a joint effort and a call to action by countries worldwide to accelerate the deployment of carbon capture, removal and use, and storage technologies. To date, 20 countries plus the European Commission have joined. With carbon management set to play multiple unique roles in decarbonizing the global economy, the Institute expects the Carbon Management Challenge to be a major catalyst in advancing the scale-up of CCS worldwide, particularly by driving strategic partnerships and public-private collaboration globally. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the organizers of today's forum, ERIA and the Asia CCUS Network. For many years, the Institute has been very pleased to support your activities as our missions are so closely aligned. Whether that be supporting annual events such as this, joining forces on the SETA initiative that I spoke about earlier, or working together on CCUS research projects across Asia, we have valued being able to collaborate and cooperate with you. In closing, at the Institute, we recognize the collective efforts of organizations and countries around the world and are greatly encouraged by the progress being made. For the world to achieve its shared climate targets, an annual CO2 storage rate of approximately 1 gigaton per annum by 2030 will be needed, with multiple gigaton per annum required by 2050. This will take all of our efforts working together. There are still challenges ahead, but together we can overcome them and realize the many opportunities CCS offers, particularly across Asia. I'd like to thank you all for your dedication and your commitment, and on behalf of the Institute, we look forward to working with you to help bring a thriving, low-carbon future. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Jared Daniels, for the video message. Next, we are going to hear from the Vice President of JOGMEC Japan. Please welcome Dr. Yamamoto Koji.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Koji Yamamoto, Senior Vice President of JOGMEC. It is my great honor to appear on this stage. Actually, this is the third time to appear on the stage of ASEAN CCUS Network following the event in Tokyo and Hiroshima. And this time, I would like to say thank you to everybody who organized this good event, especially the area people and the Thailand the organizers. This time, I'm happy to talk about the recent activity of our organization, JOGMEC, in the ASEAN region, and I want to talk about a little bit about the future of us. Okay. Firstly, I would like to explain about the organization I belong to, JOGMEC, Japan Organization for Metals and Energy Security. The mandate of this organization is to secure the supply of energy to Japan, and under the condition of achieving the carbon neutrality. And we recognize that this mandate cannot be achieved just by ourselves. This organization is a part of Japanese government, Japan state-run organization, and we are implementing the policy of Japanese government. And this Japanese government policy should include entire the prosperity and happiness of entire Asia-Pacific region. Of course, to create such a mandate, to achieve this mandate of energy secure the energy supply to Japan, it means that complete good the hydrocarbon and CO2 value chain should be established in the Asia-Pacific region. And we have two tools to achieve this mandate. One is a technical assistant. We have a long history of research and development of the petroleum industry, petroleum technologies. Such technologies can be utilized for the future CCS project too. And also, we are developing some institutional infrastructures, such as a legal framework, regulation, and such the legal framework as infrastructure, institutional framework should be based on the kind of firm technological background. What we are doing, we have made was one is we have made as a technical guidelines of CCS. Sorry, it doesn't work. Okay. Technical guideline of CCS, CO2 EOR, and carbon intensity clarification. And we have made the CCS carbon credit and cross-border CO2 transportation workshop and handbooks. I will talk later about some details. And another function, another tool we can provide is financial assistance to the project. If some Japanese company wanted to create a new project of oil and gas, and also CCS and low carbon fuels like hydrogen and ammonia, we can give the equity capital or the liability guarantees for the project. It is one function. And also another, we are just started the new CCS project called the Japanese Advanced CCS project. I will talk about the detail of this project later. This is a target of Japanese CCS. Our target of carbon neutrality should be achieved in 2050, this moment. And this year, Japan emit around 1 gigaton of CO2 every year. And in 2050, when we need to achieve carbon neutrality, still 10 or 20% of carbon emission should be remained because we need to continue using the fossil fuels like coal, natural gas, oil, because for the hard-to-abate industries, and also we need to fulfill the gap of fluctuating supply of renewable energy and alternating demand of electricity. So that moment, 2050, we may continue using natural gas-fired thermal power plant, and some demand of the coal, natural gas will be remained. So emitted CO2 should be gone somewhere. It means that such CO2 should be stored in underground. So CO2 storage, CCS, is quite important even in 2050. At that moment, we estimate 120 to 240 million tons of CO2 should be stored in underground every year. So we have started some early stage studies from the early 21st century. We started the basic study and the demonstration project like Iwanohara, Tomokomai, Minamiaga, Hirai. Such projects are still ongoing. And this year, CCS Business Act, new CCS Regulation Act passed the Japanese Diet, and it will be effective soon. So we are ready to start a project. And also, we started the new project of Advanced CCS project. This project started last year. It is the first commercial scale CCS project in Japan. So we, JOGMEC and METI, are working for the preparation of this project. And our the intermediate target of 2030, we need to reduce 46% of GHG emission. At that moment, we expect to start the actual CO2 injection in the field. I want to talk about this advanced CCS project. It is a leading and piloting commercial scale CCS project in Japan. And in 2023, 1 year ago, we selected the 7 projects. This year, we added 2 projects too. So now we are working on 9 candidate projects. Those projects are very unique features. This project is not just a CO2 CCS hub, but it is this project contains an entire value chain of CO2 from the emitter, CO2 source, and transportation to the storage side. So those projects are industry initiative. Industry people apply their ideas to us, and we selected these projects. And these projects is, as I told, it is a total value chain. So each project contains emitters and storage service providers. And within this the 9 projects, 5 projects is storage site is assumed to be the domestic. But other 4 projects are storage site will be the overseas in the Southeast Asia and Oceania. And those projects contains the 2 transportation options, pipeline option and shipment options. But each project is not limited to the current ideas. I asked each project provider to give some expandability. So each project should accept the CO2 from other projects. Currently, it is a preparation stage. So we are conducting the geological and geophysical survey to site characterization, and also some the negotiation and the preparation of feed and the EPC will be started soon. Actual the well drilling is we expect that next year exploratory well drilling will be started, we expect. And new data will be available. So we examine the availability, feasibility of each project at each stage gate and select for the, and some project will go to the FID stage. And to realize the CO2 CCS project, we still have some barriers to be overcome, and those barriers should be overcome with the partnership with ASEAN countries. One, there are, of course, the first thing we should do is a potential survey of the CCS storage site. We already did the screening study of the CCS potential site in Asia, ASEAN countries. This result has been published in the ASEAN CCUS Network conference. And we JOGMEC started some pilot project with the countries like Indonesia. CO2 injection at the 2 sites, Jatibarang oil field and Squati oil field in Indonesia, were carried out in the last year and this year. And also we started some CCS projects for LNG decarbonization in Australia, Malaysia, and other countries. And other thing, it is mainly the technical challenges. And the third challenge is legal framework, institutional framework. So one thing we need to realize a CCS in the ASEAN region is monetizing a CO2, monetizing a CCS operation. So carbon credit and some the mechanism to create the benefit from CCS is necessary. Carbon credit, JCM, and such options are considered. And also to transport CO2 from emitter country to storage country, we need a mechanism of cross-border transboundary CO2 transport. And we are starting the discussion about such mechanism with some countries. Another thing we are doing is capacity building and knowledge sharing within and among the countries. We are providing some training to the people from the ASEAN countries in our facility. This slide shows why the carbon credit is necessary. Of course, CCS itself doesn't create a benefit or profit. So, but it needs a cost. And this slide shows the cost and the benefit structure of the project in the North Sea, Northern Light project in Norway. CCS project needs a cost of 100 to 250 euro per ton. And some part of this cost is covered by subsidy or the national compliance. And also carbon tax under the emission trade system, and other some incentive are necessary, net to industry here. And this means some kind of carbon credit that the provider of CCS can be obtained. And this such the benefit from CCS by credit can be the driver of the project. Of course, to make the carbon credit from CCS is quite a complicated mechanism. Still, there are a lot of the carbon credit mechanism, but CCS very few projects, very few credit mechanism in Canada and Australia give the actual CCS-based carbon credit. And we, JOGMEC, have published the CCS carbon credit handbook after the workshop about the carbon credit last year. Another thing is transboundary carbon cross-border CO2 transportation mechanism. And already the previous the speaker told about this. Last year, METI, JOGMEC, and Petronas Malaysia signed the memorandum of cooperation at the last this CCUS Network Forum in Hiroshima to create, to start a study about the bilateral CO2 cross-border transportation mechanism. It complies the London Protocol 2009 amendment. This 2009 amendment was ratified by Japan this year. So we can start we can open the gate of starting the CO2 cross-border transportation. This discussion should include not only the legal framework, but also we need to consider about the requirement from the London Protocol. For example, monitoring duty about monitoring and safety about the transportation. And about this cross-border CO2 transportation in Asia-Pacific region, this year we conducted the online conference, online workshop. This workshop attracted a lot of people, lawyers and businessmen and governmental people and NGO people. We attracted around 1,100 attendees in the meeting, and discussed about the legal side and experience of actual operation, such as the Northern Light project in Norway. And this workshop result will be available within this year, I expect. So our activity can be seen in our website, and you can find our handbook and some documentation from our website. Please visit our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yamamoto Koji, for your presentation. We have learned a lot about JOGMEC's activity and the development of CCUS. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe from the morning you have heard a lot about Asia CCUS Network. I hope you guys are already familiar with Asia CCUS Network, but in case you haven't, we have brought from Jakarta the brochure of Asia CCUS Network and also the annual report. Here, these publications are available in the reception desk, and we will also distribute it to you. So for those of you who are interested, you can ask one of our staff or to get these publications. Asia CCUS Network also has a knowledge sharing platform. We have a webinar on CCUS development once every month. So if you're interested, we highly recommend you to subscribe to ERIA mailing list so that you will get invited and get updated of Asia CCUS Network Forum activities. Once again, if you're interested, these publications are available and we can distribute it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 3-panel discussion this afternoon, which we can learn about shifting CCS to commercial business under appropriate regulations for the first panel discussion. The second panel discussion will discuss carbon recycling, and the third panel discussion will discuss the financing of CCUS. For the first panel discussion, please allow me to invite the CCS expert of ERIA, Dr. I. Gusti Swarnaya Sidemen, along with the panelists, Mr. Haryadi Budiman, Chief Representative of ISO Indonesia ExxonMobil Corporations, Ms. Han Le, Advisor on Cross-Border CCS in Asia from ANJIA, Ms. Yaguchi Mei from Andre METI Japan, and joining us online, Mr. Noah Ditch from the Senior Advisor, Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, Department of Energy, United States. Please give them a round of applause. Dr. Gusti, the floor is yours.
Sawadee-kap, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for your participation in this first session of panel discussion of the fourth Asia CCS Network Forum. We will have 4 speakers for this panel. We have Mr. Yaguchi Mei, Director of International Strategy of Energy Resources Office, Natural Resources and Fuel Department, Agency of Natural Resources and Energy, METI. The second speaker is Mr. Noah Dick. Good morning, Noah. I think it's early morning in Washington, D.C. No? Thank you for joining our panel in very difficult time for you. Mr. Noah Dick is served as the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board and he served as the Biden Aris Transition Energy Agency Review Team. His responsibility including leading carbon capture and use and storage and carbon removal policy and external engagement at the Office Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. The third speaker is Mr. Aryadi Darmawan. He is from Exxon Mobil. His office in Jakarta and has maybe more than 20 years experience, and currently is tasked to develop CCS business for Exxon Mobil. And the last, not the least, speaker is Miss Han Lee. Miss Han Lee is a climate professional. He is representing Asia Natural Gas and Energy Association. CCUS, carbon capture and storage, and carbon capture and utilization are not an option, but a necessity in achieving net zero emission society to save our planet and maintain economic growth and also energy security. This message strongly conveyed by His Excellency Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, Mr. Arifin Tasrif, and also His Excellency Mr. Ken Saito, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. Also, this message echoed by Professor Watanabe, the President of Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia, considering the fact that even with most robust renewable energy scenario and most robust energy efficiency improvement, fossil energy will remain around 40% in energy supply in Asia. Not only ASEAN actually, there are more than 100 country will remain depend on the fossil energy even by 2050 or 2060. Mr. Jared Daniel in his remark indicated the robust development of CCS. There are over 500 facilities in various development in worldwide and 43 in operation, but mostly in the US. So we also the learning curve of CCS technology has drive down the cost in capturing technology. In 1 decade, the energy needed to capture CO2 down to almost half of a decade ago that drive down the CCS investment cost. His Excellency Minister and Honorable opening remark emphasize the role of regulation in developing CCS project in Asia region. Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan has issued CCS regulatory framework to enable CCS development both domestic and cross-border. Considering the importance of regulation for successful project in CCUS, so we, for the first panel, for the fourth ASEAN Forum, we discussed this issue. So America is among the advanced countries who has established appropriate regulation for CCS development. So we would like to hear from US the development of current regulation and what factor that lead their success of implementation of CCS projects in America. Please welcome Mr. Noah Dick. Noah, time is yours. You have 7 minutes for presentation, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Norkun Sitthiphong. Very excited to be here. I congratulate you all on the wonderful forum. I had hoped to be there in person, but the schedule hadn't quite worked out. So I'm very glad that I'm able to join, share some remarks remotely. I'll share a few things. And what I hope to communicate was that since we all were in person in Japan last year, I think a significant amount has changed in the United States in terms of how the carbon management framework the United States is developing is advancing and how it might be helpful and relevant to others around the world that are developing carbon management policies and projects themselves. As a quick reminder, the entire carbon management value chain, capture, transport, conversion, storage, and carbon removal are all key pieces of the US climate change. DOE is working on all elements of this value chain using a combination of primarily funding and loan guarantees, but also analysis and other types of support to support the non-technical sides of the project, such as communications, policy support, and broader community engagement. As part of that work, and I'd be happy to share these slides after, DOE has produced a number of analyses and broader plans about how carbon management fits into our strategy as a department and as an administration across the whole US government. And in particular, I wanted to flag this new resource for policymakers. Our Department of Commerce has recently published a book on carbon management policy and is a great resource to understand different options for carbon management policy, not just the policy framework that we have in the US, but how others around the world are thinking about carbon management. What I wanted to share with folks here is that we are seeing significant project development in the United States for carbon management projects. But what we have found is that the market context that we have for carbon management is primarily driven around tax credits. This is different from many other jurisdictions around the world where regulations are driving projects. The US framework is entirely what we like to say government funded, but industry led. The tax credit is effectively a voluntary subsidy. Nobody has to take it, but it does offer an uncapped value for every ton of CO2 that is captured and stored within the next decade. And so it's a very valuable incentive in and of itself. What we have seen, however, is that that tax credit is highly valuable for the lowest cost and highest purity CO2 streams. These are CO2 sources in natural gas processing, ethanol production, and hydrogen production. Many of these projects are the first projects that are getting the commercial traction and finance needed to move to operation. And what we're seeing is that many of the projects that are the lower concentration CO2 streams that have higher initial costs require additional policy support in order to get to scale. Many of these additional sources are in the power sector, in the heavy industrial sector like cement, steel, etc. And these sources are the ones where DOE plays the largest role. DOE has over $12 billion in funding for every piece of that carbon management value chain through the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. These are the two key bills that the Biden administration has signed in the past few years that provide significant grant funding for pilot and demonstration projects for the carbon management value chain. I will also note that our office has about a $500 million annual budget for carbon management projects at a smaller innovation scale. And that earlier stage innovation funding complements this later stage demonstration support. What DOE is doing with our demonstration and pilot funding is really trying to focus on that middle section of the map I showed you earlier, trying to find the areas that are going to have the greatest impacts for climate, that have the fewest alternatives to decarbonization without carbon capture and storage, and concentrating our resources there. We have identified 4 key pillars that we are focusing that investment on, listed at the top here. All of these areas, each of these 4 pillars is essential for decarbonization, and we are going to have carbon management at different scale across all 4. The 2 that DOE is particularly focused on are the technological carbon removal and the industrial decarbonization pieces. These are the 2 pillars of the work that we're doing that we see the largest likely role for carbon management into the future because of the lack of clear alternatives and the urgency for decarbonization to meet our climate goals. What we're also seeing happen in the United States is the emergence of carbon management clusters in geographic regions that have lots of emitters and geologic storage. This is a bit of a messy map, but what it shows is all of the DOE-funded projects related to carbon management, as well as where CO2 storage locations are emerging. What you'll see here is that these projects have naturally started to cluster, and DOE is going to be increasingly investing in place-based or geographic work in order to support these clusters to emerge, because we think that these initial projects provide an important way to anchor the transport and storage infrastructure and to enable more capture to come online more cost effectively across these lower concentration CO2 sources in time. I think it's really important to note that DOE has not picked specific geographies to focus in our initial funding, that our support has really depended on industry to come to us. And in many ways, this is different from other countries around the world, which have picked clusters or hubs to start. We're in effect doing that in an opposite direction here in the US by letting initial projects emerge based on the lowest cost economics, and then supporting the infrastructure around those anchor points. I think a cleaner way of looking at where these clusters are likely to emerge is through the permit queue for geologic storage applications. What you'll see here is the number of carbon capture storage projects that have applied to store CO2. And the states that are outlined in green are those states that are directly responsible for implementing the permit application. All of the other states, the federal government through the Environmental Protection Agency here in the US, is the agency that is overseeing those permits. So collectively, what you'll see is hundreds of projects across the United States that are looking to advance carbon management projects, but they're clearly concentrated in the states that have the best and most well-characterized geologic storage and are in the nearest proximity to large clusters of emission sources. Where I'd like to start wrapping up is just to say that the Department of Energy is one piece of nearly a dozen different agencies in the United States that work on carbon management regulation. The Department of Energy is really the chief funding agency for innovation projects. But we work very closely with not only other funding agencies, but the regulatory agencies, such as the Environmental Protection Agency that I had mentioned that regulates geologic storage, as well as the Department of Treasury, which implements those tax credits that are at the core of the US policy. We also collaborate with our colleagues on international engagement at the State Department, and we directly lead several international initiatives, which I'll get to in a moment. The last piece that I'll bring up before talking about that international side is our community engagement. This is a new area for the Department of Energy and one that's a priority across our administration and across technology areas. What we have found is that projects really depend not just on the technology and the business model to work, but they really depend on local community acceptance. That if we are not working with communities to provide benefits and protect them from any unintended negative consequences, projects face significant local opposition in the US. The flip side of that coin is that if projects do community engagement in a strong way, they have garnered significant support from community stakeholders and local policymakers. And we see these projects being very popular when done in a way that delivers opportunities for jobs, for investments, and to support communities that in many cases are most dependent on fossil fuels today and are concerned about what role those communities can play in a net zero economy of the future. And so this piece is one that we just think is incredibly important for project success. And we are working at DOE to support every project to require them to do this community benefit work in a really robust way, and have learned a lot about how to make that community engagement as effective as possible. Some of the other tools that I wanted to mention is that DOE is now working not just on grant funding, but we have launched a carbon removal credit purchase program. I think this is particularly relevant to many of the jurisdictions in Asia, because carbon credits are essential for carbon removal projects in the United States in ways that they aren't necessarily as critical for the business case when it comes to the more conventional carbon capture on industrial sources. And so DOE is directly supporting these 24 semifinalists in our program. It spans direct air capture, biomass carbon removal, CO2 mineralization, and marine carbon removal. And it's something where we are going to pick 10 finalists in early 2025, and we will actually be purchasing carbon credits as a government from those 10 finalists. This is a program that's a pilot program for us, so we are learning a lot, but we have funding for a second round of this program in next year. And we hope to be able to support more and more companies in the US. And this is something that the United States is keen to collaborate with countries around the world on their own carbon removal purchasing, and really figuring out how we can make this a global effort, and are keen to collaborate on that front. And to that end, I just wanted to name, as Jared mentioned earlier in his remarks, that the carbon management challenge that we all have been collaborating on is one of our key priorities on the international climate front. We also work through the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation to support R&D and other coordination around projects. But we stand eager to collaborate with countries and partners around the world on a range of carbon management projects through these multilateral fora and through bilateral collaboration. We are eager to figure out how we can scale the number of carbon management demonstrations around the world, and how the US can provide the analytic support for projects across whatever dimensions our partners and allies around the world would find helpful. And so with that, I would like to conclude by congratulating everyone for a successful forum again. and for thanking you all for welcoming me into the conversation. And we'll turn it back over to you. But thank you all and look forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you, Noah, for your very comprehensive presentation. So, because limited time, so I will not I will not share the take note from Noah session. So, instead of that, I would like to invite the next speaker. I hope because Mr. Ari Darmawan will go to the airport to catch the plane, so I will ask Mr. Ari Darmawan to share his view. I would like to ask a specific question for you, Pak Darmawan. I think as a industry or a company who currently develop CCS business, actually, I think you observe already the existing regulation, what might be in US, in Asia, also in Japan. So what actually the company want in the existing regulation improvement? Maybe I will be grateful if you address this issue directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Siddhiphong. That's a really good question and has been asked to me many times, actually multiple times. What I want to highlight is that every country has unique regulations because it has different legal systems. So we cannot say that certain regulations better than the other. It depends on what is the structure. So different opposites to the general expectation, we can see the regulation and choose which one is the best. We have to look deeper before we do that because again, like I said, every country has different system, different government way. So we need to make sure that it works in that particular countries. So, and we have also to see between developed countries and developing countries because at the end, this business is not small amount business. This is like upstream oil and gas business require hundreds million, if not $1 billion of capital. So investor to be willing to spend that kind of amount of money in a particular country need durable policy and regulations. They don't want to invest and then, for example, permitting become the issues. CCS business is different with oil and gas, which is commodity business with going up and price and low. This is more like the expectation is a low margin, but it's a stable return. So the fiscal policy must be there, fiscal stability must be there, and durable policy and regulations. That's actually the expectations that we have. And at this point of time, because the market of carbon emission is not yet fully developed. When I say fully developed, it means that the consumer and businesses are ultimately bear the market of cost of abatement. So the product prices that we enjoy as the society reflect the cost of abatement of the carbon associated with that product. We are not that yet. Because we are not yet there, we need policy and regulations to activate the market, to stimulate the demand. So when we stimulate the demand, the market develop, hopefully the market will reflect the prices of cost abatement, and then the advancement of technology will drive down the cost of supply, the cost of the storage injection in this case. That's actually what we need, Pak. So it's I have to comment, there's good progress from my country, Indonesia has issued several regulations, but we need to see that when it comes to implementing regulations, it has to be able to be implemented, not only good, but it's implemented. And that's actually, we call it in our say many times is that devil's in the details. And that's what happening in the regulation, implementing regulation to be issued. We need to have a look to be able to implement. And we are looking for it. Our business now really depends on the policy and regulation that enable us to grow the business.
Thank you. This second question, maybe before you leave, I think, for to the airport. as you can see in every country, for example, as Noah share with us, there is a lot of government institution involved in the regulating this business. What is your experience dealing with various organizations? What is the challenge? Are there work in harmony with between one institution and other institution?
Pak Saidiman is very good. This is another second good question. Because when we are dealing with the government, the first question is which government? Which government we talk about? Government of Indonesia, for example, is not one institution. You might dealing with oil and gas director general. You might dealing with environmental ministry, and they might not necessarily voice out the same view. I've just briefly spoken with METI or the other affiliates. They spoke, Indonesia position or the other one, Singapore, Indonesian position in terms of cross-border CO2 is A and B. Actually, it reflects on certain institutions. If we reach out the right person, we might have different positions. So, for example, while I have METI here, I will suggest METI to reach out to Kemenko Marves, which is the coordinating minister for maritime and investment affairs, to start engaging, talking about cross-border CO2. I think Mr. Wakuda-san has reached out Pak Jody, so probably we can follow up on that one. That's one thing. We need to find out which one is the right doors to talk. So my expectation is, as the government, is that the government has the certain function which is now coordinating ministry to actually coordinate what is the position of the government in various ministries. Because when we develop CCS business, we involve it a lot. For storage, we deal with oil and gas ministry or energy and mineral resources ministry. But for permitting, we then deal with the environmental ministry. And then because we are offshore, we need to deal with the Ministry of Marine. So, and then for the investment durability, we need to deal with Ministry of Investment. It's multiple ministry that what we expect is that if they are cooperating each other, then it will help investor like us or business like us to grow the business. But I have to give some complimentary for the government. Government in Indonesia actually have been getting much better day by day, coordinating all the effort. But I expect that it continue and further growing, so it will enable this new pioneer business, CCS. And this.
But I hope your perspective just not Indonesia only, because your experience is working for Gorgon CCS also, well, and also in Qatar.
Yeah, Gorgon is slightly, the Australia is slightly different. It has more advanced in terms of regulations, but like I said, it's different how the government engaging with private sectors. In Indonesia, government engaging with private sector closer, which is, in Australia, they have a different way to engage, but that's actually the message, the takeaway. But specific for Southeast Asia, where Thailand, etc. sitting, I think the previous speaker telling about the potential of CCS CCUS market regional hub as a regional hub, and it's true. There is a gap between the country having storage potentials like Indonesia, Malaysia, and there is countries who has advanced in the economy, industrialized, producing a lot of emission, but might have more limited storage potential in their own countries. And for those countries, then we might be able to provide some services. Then regionally together, we can combat the climate change and reduce the emission.
Thank you, Pak Erin. And I would like to move to Ms. Yaguchi Mai. I'm sorry, maybe previously I didn't introduce you correctly. Ms. Yaguchi Mai is a Director of International Strategy on Energy Resource Office, Natural Resource and Fuel Department Agency for Natural Resource and Energy of METI. She is a career bureaucrat with more than 2 decades experience, tasked in various responsibilities such as small medium enterprise, product safety, security trade control, automotive, petroleum refining, and also in planning policy and defense. Prior her current position, Ms. Yamaguchi was a director for international cooperation, Japan Financial Intelligence Center, National Police Agency. So please, maybe you can use the also to share your view on how Japan develop regulation that could enhance business commercialization. Please.
Okay. So hello, my name is Mayaguchi. Thank you for the introduction. So I would like to take some time to introduce Japan's CCS policy, especially the CCS Business Act that has been enacted this year. All right. Yeah, sorry. This is bad. Sorry. Can I want to go back? Yes. Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So, thank you. Apologies. Just before going into the details of the CCS Business Act, I wanted to introduce a brief history of the Japanese CS projects. So the first CCS project, full-scale CCS test in Japan was conducted in 2003 in Nagaoka, Niigata. Approximately 10,000 tons of CO2 were stored in terrestrial sandstone beds. And then and after storage, the safety of storage has been confirmed through various monitoring methods. And next in 2016, we had a large-scale demonstration test of CCS in offshore areas, which was conducted in Tomakomai, Hokkaido, Japan. So in this project, 300,000 tons of CO2 was stored by November 2019. And the project is currently monitoring the safety of the system after storage in various ways. So this, the Tomakomai project was an important project for us because it was the first demonstration in Japan with an integrated CCS system from capturing the CO2 and storage. Could you go one slide back, please? Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. Right. So, so based on the experience gained through these demonstration tests, first Japan published a CCS long-term roadmap in March 2023. So this roadmap set a rough target of CO2 storage of 120 to 240 million tons per year by 2050, and also to launch a CCS business by 2030. In order to achieve these targets, we specified actions, which is shown below. Government support for CCS business. This refers to the advanced CCS program support, which was referred to by Mr. Yamamoto from JAGMEC. Also, of course, reducing the CCS costs. as a government, we are trying to reduce costs of CCS through promoting technology development and capture, transport, and storage. We hope to aim to reduce the overall cost of CCS by about 40% by 2050. Also, promotion of public understanding of CCS business. Promoting overseas CCS business as well. And as an example of our effort is this Asia CCUS Network forum. And so we aim to develop an environment for the CCS utilization throughout Asia. Also, the fifth is, well, today's main topic of developing a development of CCS Business Act, which I will go into deeper after this, and also prepare a CCS action plan, which sets out a annual storage target for cost reduction and plans to survey potential storage sites. Right. So, so the next slide. Right. Okay. Thank you. So, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, so the CCS Business Act. So this year, this was enacted. The aim was to ensure the appropriate environment and safety of CCS business. So this this bill, the scope is putting regulations and rights in the scope of the transportation and storage. Through this bill, we will create the necessary rights and obligations and establish an environment in which a large number of CO2 emitters can access storage services. Right, and also, to enhance the predictability of storage projects. We have put in some schemes which I will explain later. Also, and also another achievement is the London Protocol. So Japan is a contracted party of the London Protocol 1996, and through the National Diet, the amendment of the London Protocol was approved by the this May, which will enable us to export CO2 to overseas sites. Okay, right. So. The details, a little bit of a detail of the what is actually stipulated in our CCS Business Act. So one part is the rights for CCS business operators. Two rights: the storage right and the prospecting right. So the storage right will be created as the right to store CO2 in a reservoir, and prospecting right will be created as the right to drill to confirm whether CO2 can properly be stored. And this will be subject to licensing by the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, or METI. So the METI will designate areas where reservoirs may exist as specified areas, and then call for applicants to conduct exploration, drilling, and CO2 storage projects. And METI will grant permits to those who are deemed most capable of conducting these projects.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
One minute.
1 minute. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So just briefly, then there's the rights. But we also, with rights, there comes obligations. And so for obligations, we require the operator to submit a implementation plan to METI and have it approved. Based on the implementation plan, the operator will monitor the underground pressure and temperature in order to assert whether there is any leakage of CO2 or any abnormality in the reservoir. There are safety regulations, but I guess I will not go into, so I would just keep it to there are safety regulations that they would need to abide to. Another important part I would like to touch upon is the post-storage scheme in order to enhance the predictability of the business. If the management, if in certain conditions where the CO2 becomes stable, JOGMEC, the management and other operations at the storage site will be allowed to be transferred to JOGMEC. Right, but still the liability of monitoring will stay with the operator. Right. And we also have regulations for pipeline operators as well in terms of transportation. Right. So I guess, right. And this well, okay. So I will not go into detail with this 9 projects, but based on the CCS Business Act, we hope to ensure an environment where we can commercialize a CCS business by 2030. So apologies for the little, very brief explanation, but I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yaguchi-san. So, yeah, Pak Aryadi, you can manage your time because you have to go to airport. And then, actually, regulation consists of maybe what we call public regulation issued by a government, but there is also regulation or guideline developed by industry association, such as Society of Petroleum or American Petroleum, who provide the guideline for the CCS project. So, in our region, there is a Asia Natural Gas and Energy Association, who currently develop framework to support, to accelerate the development of trans-border CCS project. So I would like invite Mr. Hanli to share your work on this issue. So you have maybe, could you make it in 4 minutes?
Yes, I can.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. Oh, great. Yes, I don't need this then. Right. Good afternoon. Sawadee-ka, everybody. My name is Han, and I'm here today representing Asia Natural Gas and Energy Association, or ANGEA for short. First of all, before I start my presentation, I would like to express gratitude to the host for inviting us today, to ERIA, METI, Ministry of Energy of Thailand, and good afternoon to the participants here. I have a very little time, so I have 3 key messages today to the audience. Number 1, who we are. Number 2, what do we do with the cross-border CCS framework? Why do we do it? And what are our recommendations? So quickly, introduction to ANGEA. ANGEA is an industry association. Our mission is to partner with governments in Asia Pacific to advise the government as they develop energy policies and solutions on their energy transition pathway to achieve their global climate targets, as well as to meet the national energy demands. Our unique value proposition is that our members our members represent across the value chain of the energy sector, from energy suppliers, producers, buyers. So we have a various diverse points of view and industry experience to share. So on the cross-border CCS framework, as many speakers ahead of me have mentioned how important cross-border CCS is, especially in this region where there's emitters that have the capability to capture. However, we need to collaborate with countries with storage capability. Also, cross-border CCS will accelerate technology transfer to countries that will have more storage capability, however need the technology transfer, as well as international climate finance to accelerate that technology implementation. So these are the benefits of cross-border CCS and the importance of cross-border CCS. However, cross-border CCS is very new, and we have very little example to draw from. Meanwhile, there's a need in cross-border CCS in Asia Pacific, as we mentioned before. So there's a lot of questions that need to be addressed in bilateral agreements that go beyond commercial agreement, go beyond commercial operators that can answer. So what are those questions? For example, who have the rights of emission reductions? What are the kind of certification for emission reductions? How can we avoid double counting? How can we account for leakages or leaked emissions in the event of leakage? How can we clarify long-term liability? So ANGEA, representing the industry members, have developed a study to look into these questions, to review the business models, to review the international guidelines and national policies that quickly evolving in the region, and provide recommendations for what should be in bilateral agreements and what can be left for commercial agreements. And we have 6 countries as focus in this region: Australia, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So that is the key principles that we have when we develop this study. We do not want to create a new international framework. We're simply looking at international guidelines, national policies, and see what it would mean when we implement a cross-border CCS. The study is currently in draft stage. We are engaging with stakeholders to get feedback. So that is also one of the opportunity. I will be around after this panel discussion for any further discussion or feedback. And I would love to hear from the participants here today. So just quickly on the framework, I'm at the end of my time, but just quickly on the framework, because of the kind of questions we're trying to answer, the way we structure the study is we're looking at carbon emission reduction certification. What does that mean? What kind of key areas that we need to look into? And also we look into cross-border CCS operationalization and what kind of issues that we need to address. And I would like to highlight here for you, number 1, we're looking at the emission reduction unit generation and the rights to emission reductions. In doing that, we review IPCC guidelines as well as some other EU CCS directive to see how we can identify or how we can determine the rights of emission reductions. It's very important for avoidance of double counting, for example. And also in the framework, you see here, we look at permanence and liabilities. That is how we address the long-term liabilities in the event of leakage for CCS. So just quickly on the emission reduction, in addition to establishing the rights to emission reduction, we also look at what kind of scenarios, what kind of intended uses for emission reductions from cross-border CCS projects can be for. And we identify 2 cases, two likely cases. One is for claims Either at the country level will be towards NDC, at the project level it can be for their own internal accounting, or for voluntary carbon targets. And the second use case is to generate credit. So at the country level, it can be to generate ITMO. At the project level, it can be to generate carbon credits or certificates for trading purposes. On the liability issue, just quickly, we're looking at it in two ways. One is on the how do we ensure that if there's an event of leakage, the leaked emissions will be accounted for, and who's accounting for that, and what is the adjustment mechanisms that's needed to be put in place so to ensure the integrity of the certified emission reductions from cross-border CCS project. And the second area that we look into is in the event of leakage, who is responsible to address the damage, or to address immediately the damage of the site remediation, and what kind of financial safeguards different participants of the project can have. So those are the two key areas we look at in terms of leakage and liability in the event of leakage. So what are our recommendations? At the moment, again, is this draft stage, but after we go through the international guidelines, the different scenarios, we have 5 key areas we recommended for G2G agreements. Number one is the G2G agreement needs to establish the rights emission reduction. Number 2 is the liability of leakage. Who's going to account for the leaked emissions, and what are the adjustment mechanisms? Are you using buffer mechanism or not? The third area is CO2 transportation, especially over international waters, a third country. You need to agree in the G2G agreement. The fourth area is data sharing. It's important to ensure the integrity of carbon emission reduction. And lastly is the dispute resolution process, which is very similar. It's not specific to cross-border CCS. It's applicable to all bilateral agreement. Right, I stop there. And open to questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanli. So, Noah, are you still with us? So, thank you very much for all the panelists. But maybe we have to discuss one issue, I think. In regulation, seem like in financing we know private and public partnership. In regulation, maybe partnership or collaboration in regulating CCS also could accelerate the development of CCS project. Since the detailed regulation, the detail is in detail is quite difficult for government to develop detailed regulation. So in some cases, like NGA, also API, also maybe ASEAN Society of Mechanical Engineering, also oil and gas producer develop technical standard, especially for support regulation. So perhaps I would like to ask your view, Mr. Noah and Yaguchi-san, this kind of regulation can work together, can use by a government to accelerate the development of CCS. For example, in Japan, we know that RITE, Research Institute on Technology on Earth, I think, they develop kind of a guideline from whole value chain of the CCS, start from site selection, also monitoring, risk assessment, and also post-closure, I think. Yeah. So all this kind of regulation could assist government in developing regulation to accelerate the commercialization. I think the same question to you also, Noah. Thank you very much. I will, maybe both of you have 2 minutes to share your view, please.
Yeah, I'd be happy to jump in. I think one of the things that we have seen is that now significant international standards that have already been developed. The ISO standards. And so we think that you don't need to create regulatory frameworks, but they can be built on the existing international standards in this space. And we think that's a place to start. The other thing that I'll note is that a lot of our regulations in the US have been crafted in collaboration with technical experts, both from independent third parties as well as from industry and NGO sources. And so I think it's something that we would encourage is to have that dialogue, both informally as the regulations are crafted, and then formally for public comment once drafts have been socialized, to make sure that regulations are workable and are being built from the best available existing standards and regulations that exist.
Please, Yaguchi-san.
Yes, okay. Thanks. So I think I agree with what Noah just mentioned. I agree with what your question, what your implication was. That is that the regulations that would be implemented by the governments should follow the international standards. For example, currently our CCS Business Act, we're drafting our ministerial order. Of course, we follow the international standards in terms of the standards for monitoring and whatnot. So I think it's very important to kind of have an alignment between the international standard and the national regulations.
Thank you very much, Yaguchi-san. Thank you for your sharing in the first session. So, distinguished participant, I'm sorry because the limited time, I will not take a question this time. So, but if you have any concern, question, you may contact ASEAN, Asia CCUS Network through our email. So, we will happy to assist you on your inquiry. Thank you very much because the time limit. So, Yaguchi-san, thank you very much. Hanli-san, thank you for your kind sharing. So, with saying that, I conclude this session. So, I return the floor to committee. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Gusti. May I invite everyone to take a photo session on the panel. Thank you for Dr. Gusti, Ms. Maya Gucci, Mr. Noadik, Ms. Hanle, Bapak Haryadi. Okay, please smile to the camera. Our cameraman will take picture. Smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, is it enough? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the first session. We have heard a lot about issues and challenges for commercialization of CCS. We also heard the current progress of CCS regulations in Japan. We have learned a lot from our speakers. Next, we are moving on to the second panel of the day. It will be as interesting as the first panel. We will learn together about CCU carbon recycling. Before we start, I would also want to remind you that this room is equipped with Wi-Fi connection. If you need a Wi-Fi connection, you can contact one of our ground staff over there. They will help you to connect to the Wi-Fi connection. For the second panel discussion, please allow me to introduce the moderator of the day, Mr. Shigeru Kimura, Senior Policy Fellow for Energy Affairs, along with the panelists, Ms. Mita Lewis, the Assistant Director of DCCEEW Australia, Dr. Yoshida Junichi, the Director of Chemicals and Fuel Section Carbon Recycling Unit of NIDO Japan, Mr. Fujiyoshi Hironobu, the Manager of EHE Corporation Japan, together with Mr. Sakda Usana Paivitaya, Process Engineer from SCG Chemical, and Dr. Lui Chen, the Senior Principal Scientist of CCFEC and also Professor at NUS Singapore. Please give them a round of applause. Sensei, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Italian, for your kind introduction. And again, very good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much for your participation to the session 2. Session 2 talk about the carbon recycling and the CCU, carbon capture and utilizations. But anyways, session 1 talk about CCS, but we talk about the carbon recycling. So in this regard, we have the 5 panelists. And first panelist is coming from the government of Australia, and Australia is a very famous country to promote the carbon recycling, so that how government support carbon recycling activities in Australia. So that I asked to the government person to talk about this one. And the second one is we have the one person from the implementing organization. We call the NEDO. So that how NEDO is a support carbon recycling technology development in Japan. And I also asked to the NEDO to what kind of the carbon recycling now supporting. So that is second panelist. And the third panelist is combined of the come from the private sectors. Now anyways, we have the policy of the carbon recycling and the carbon implementation of the carbon recycling. Then how private company to apply the carbon recycling for their business models. So that this is, we are very happy to invite the two companies panelists. Then I asked to the two panelists to introduce their actual carbon recycling business. And last is not the least, we have the academic panelists from the academia, research institutions, and how research institutions is dedicated to conduct the technology development of the carbon recycling. Then what kind of the carbon recycling now is engaging. So that is last panelist I asked to you. So that, anyway, it's firstly, I asked to the, for presentations. We have the 4 presentations from government, implement organization, the private, and the institutions, academias. Then one presentation, less than 10 minutes. Then, so that after the 4 presentations, sorry, so we have the third presentation is a 2-person, but so chair, 5 minutes, please. Then after the presentation, I would like to open the floors so that please raise a hand and a question to the panelists. So this is a Q&A sessions. Now I'd like to start the invite the call the first panelist, Ms. Sumita Ruiz, Assistant Director of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, Government of Australia. So, Ms. Sumita, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for the introductions. So, I'm from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water in Australia. I'm very, very honored to be here today for the 4th Annual Asia CCUS Network Forum and really happy to provide some updates on Australia's approach to carbon management technologies, especially carbon capture and use or carbon recycling. All right, I need to learn how to use this.
It's working.
Yeah, it's working. So first I'd like to highlight the current policy landscape in Australia. So under the Paris Agreement, Australian government has committed to, has legislated emissions reductions targets of 43% below 2005 level by 2030, and we also have net zero by 2050 targets. So they're legislated targets. Australian government has a renewable energy generation target of 82% by 2030 as well. So Australia's energy transition is now underway to deliver affordable and reliable renewable energy. So government is committed to transitioning Australia's energy sector to reach net zero and ensure that heavy industries play a part and remain competitive in the decarbonizing global economy. So that's about decarbonizing existing industry. Government also has focus on creating new net zero industries. So Australia's ambition to become a renewable energy superpower is foundational to the government's broader plan for a future made in Australia and create new net zero industries. We heard this morning, no country can do it alone, and Australia values its collaborations and partnerships. The climate emergency is a collective challenge, and Australia is committed to work closely with partners to accelerate climate action, build new clean energy industries, and ensure energy security. The other way. So we talked about how government's focus is on reducing emissions from existing industries as well as creating new industries. So carbon management technologies include abating emissions through carbon capture and storage, using emissions through carbon recycling, and removing emissions through carbon dioxide removal technologies. That's removing directly from the atmosphere. So CCS will decarbonize existing industries, whereas novel CCU and CDR technologies provide opportunities to create new industries. The other way. All right. So Australia is in the process of mapping out its net zero pathway. So in May, government released the Future Gas Strategy. The Future Gas Strategy acknowledges the role of CCS to decarbonize the oil and gas industry. It sets out clear expectations that CCS should provide solutions for hard-to-abate sectors to decarbonize. The government also announced regional cooperation initiative on carbon sequestration as part of the Future Gas Strategy. So that enables or facilitates the transboundary movement of carbon dioxide. The measure aims to develop regulatory frameworks and bilateral instruments to facilitate the transboundary movement of carbon dioxide. In the May budget, government released the Future Made in Australia package. That's Australia's response to US's Inflation Reduction Act. And the measure focuses on sectors with comparative advantage and which contribute to decarbonization as well as supply chain resilience. Australia is in the process of developing six sectoral decarbonization plans, the net zero plan, and also setting up 2035 targets. So all these measures would acknowledge the role of, or map out the role of carbon management technologies in Australia's path to net zero. So Australia's National Science Agency, CSIRO, developed a CCU roadmap in 2021 and identified that Australia is well positioned to capitalize on CCU opportunities. So CSIRO, as we call it, CSIRO categorizes the use cases as direct use cases as well as conversion processes. The roadmap clearly highlights that not all CCU applications are equal. Different CCU applications will be developed at different time horizons and definitely will have higher costs when compared to the current equivalent products. So CSIRO modeling studies indicated that a moderate CCU adoption in Australia has the potential to abate up to 30% of hard-to-abate emissions. I'll pause here for a second, there's a lot there. And the modeling was done over 5 different technology streams. So moving on. Australian government is very supportive of CCU technologies, or carbon recycling as we call it. And government has provided direct grant funding to accelerate research, development, and demonstration of novel carbon capture and use technologies. The 65 million Carbon Capture Technologies program is supporting novel CCS projects. So I've listed some of the projects there. Calix, an Australian technology company, working on capturing and utilizing carbon dioxide emissions from cement industry, cement and lime industries to produce methanol, won the grant. Also, Mineral Carbonation International, another Australian company capturing carbon dioxide and converting it into useful materials like concrete, plasterboard, building materials. The other companies were producing battery-grade lithium carbonate, conversion of carbon dioxide into valuable rock carbonates, etc. So going into the details of the Future Made in Australia plan, the package leverages on Australia's resources and aims to build new clean industries over the next decade. The plan focuses on renewable hydrogen, green metals, low carbon liquid fuels, critical minerals, critical mineral processing. Green metals specifically includes iron, steel, aluminium, and clean energy manufacturing. So low carbon liquid fuels are produced through carbon capture and use technologies. Low carbon liquid fuels are liquid fuels with lower life cycle emissions than the conventional fossil fuels. They are currently produced sustainably from waste materials, biomass, or by combining low carbon hydrogen and captured carbon dioxide. So examples of low carbon liquid fuels include sustainable aviation fuel, renewable diesel, biodiesel, ethanol, synthetic fuels, including e-fuels. The other way. So this slides talk about the Future Made in Australia plan and how government will fast-track support for the low-carbon liquid fuel industry with an initial focus on sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel. This investment will help move the fuel-reliant sectors, such as agriculture, transport, mining, manufacturing, towards net zero and create new jobs and new industries across Australia. So this plan is part of Australia's renewable energy superpower ambition as well. So the government's action through the 24-25 budget include setting up an innovation fund, Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, to support commercialization of net zero innovations, including low carbon liquid fuels, developing a robust certification scheme for low carbon liquid fuels through the expansion of the current Guarantee of Origin scheme. So Guarantee of Origin scheme is being designed for hydrogen, and there's funding provided to expand that scheme to include low carbon liquid fuels. The other measures include designing and consulting on mechanisms on supply side support, as well as demand side mandates and the impact of the demand side mandates as well. So I've covered the government's new measures to support low carbon liquid fuels. It's also worth noting that existing frameworks can enable CCU or carbon recycling. Australia's national greenhouse gas inventory is informed by emissions data.
Excuse me, another one minute.
Okay. So I won't go into the details. Australia's National Greenhouse Gas Scheme has been amended to enable market-based reporting of Scope 1 emissions from renewable diesel, biodiesel, and sustainable aviation fuel. So amendments to the national reporting scheme would make the reporters be able to claim full and exclusive claim to Scope 1 emissions benefit from their low-carbon liquid fuel purchases, even if the fuel they purchase is distributed through shared infrastructure. And lastly, touching on Australia's new national circular economy framework. So circular economy is an economic model that promotes sustainable and efficient use of resources to support positive environmental outcomes, as well as social and economic outcomes. This framework will serve as a guide for Australia's transition and describe the priority supply chains, key opportunities, and practical strategies that will drive Australia's circular economy transition. Thanks for listening. I will join the panel now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simita. It's for your kind introduction of the Australian government is a regulatory framework, including to support the carbon recycling and including some budget. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite the Dr. Yoshida. He's director of the Chemical and Fuel Section, Carbon Recycling Unit, Circular Economy Division, New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, NEDO, Japan. So, Yoshida-san, floor is yours, and appreciate less than 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jun Yoshida, working on CCU projects of NEDO Japan. It's my great honor to be here today. I'd like to introduce our activities of research, development, and demonstration in CCU field. NEDO is a funding agency of Japan's government, especially affiliated with METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. We plan technology development programs and provide R&D budget to academia and industries to address energy and global environmental problems and to enhance industrial technologies. I think I don't need to go into the detail of this slide, but I'd like to mention one thing. When we say carbon recycling technologies, that means the technologies to convert CO2 into other useful materials. So the CO2 conversion technologies and the CO2 mineralization technologies are included in this word. I'd like to move to Japan's policy on CCU. To achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, Japan's government formulated green growth strategy. According to that strategy, Japan aims to reduce CO2 emission mainly by introducing renewable energies and decarbonized fuels like hydrogen and ammonia. However, it should be difficult to remove all of the emission only by those measures. So CCUS is recognized as an additional key role, a key option to achieve a carbon neutrality goal. This is a timeline to realize carbon recycling published by METI as a part of carbon recycling roadmap. Some kinds of the products made from CO2 by carbon recycling technologies shown in lower pink box are expected to spread from around 2030. After that, we expect to reduce cost and expand consumption of those products. And by 2040, it is expected to commercialize additional kinds of products shown in upper pink box that needs more advanced technologies. This slide shows our CCUS programs. We are promoting various projects on research, development, and demonstration of CCUS technologies following to the policy of METI. For example, we are working on low-cost CO2 capture technologies using membrane or solid absorbent. We also promoting a demonstration project for maritime transport of CO2 by a CO2 carrier ship. Through those projects, we are trying to establish a value chain of CCUS. Regarding carbon recycling technologies, we are working on 3 areas: fuels, chemicals, and minerals. I don't have enough time today to introduce all of them, so I'd like to focus on the chemical products. I'm showing 3 example products here, lower, middle, but the lower olefin is the target product of IHI and SCGCs, so I'd like to skip that, and I'd like to introduce the other 2 examples. Paraxylene is a raw material for paraxylene is a raw material for textile products and plastic bottles, and are currently made from petroleum. As our R&D projects, we support 2 groups consist of private companies and universities in Japan that are trying to establish technologies converting CO2 to paraxylene. The picture shows the demonstration plant for CO2 conversion by Kawasaki Heavy Industries and Osaka University. Osaka University. The other group, led by Chiyoda Corporation and Mitsubishi Corporation, is also proceeding their R&D to produce CO2-derived paraxylene. And other examples shown here are bioproducts. These groups are trying to establish a carbon recycling process using microbes that absorb CO2 and produce useful hydrocarbon products. The first group uses microalgae, which has photosynthetic process, and the other group uses non-photosynthetic microbes. Before ending my presentation, I'd like to show you 2 of our cross-cutting activities. One of them is a study on cross-border transaction of CO2 reduction effect of carbon recycling. Carbon recycled products should have an environmental value of CO2 reduction effect. And if a country produces carbon recycled products and export it to another country, the value of the CO2 reduction effect might be able to be transacted to the other countries or shared by 2 countries. But I think there are no rules or documents for international transaction of that kind of activities. So NEDO has started studies on the quantification of environmental value and the life cycle assessment of carbon recycling regarding that kind of activities. And this is my last topic. I'm going to introduce our carbon recycling RD&D base. This is a kind of a research center specialized for carbon recycling. We built it in Osaki Kamijima, Hiroshima Prefecture, Japan, The base is located next to a demonstration plant for integrated coal gasification combined cycle IGCC plant, and it is already capturing the CO2. So the captured CO2 is provided to the base for research, development, and demonstration of carbon recycling. Currently, 10 research teams are working on their carbon recycling technologies in the base now. These are the pictures of facilities of the carbon recycling base. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoshida-san, for your comprehensive presentations, and thank you very much for your timekeeping. And I think Yoshida-san is point out several things, and in a way, NEDO is dedicated work to support is kind of the private company to the engaging the technology development of the carbon recycling. Thank you very much, Yoshida-san. And next, so I'd like to invite the Fujiyoshi-san and Sakada-san. Fujiyoshi-san is a manager, is Carbon Recycling Department, Carbon Solution Business Unit, Resource Energy Environment Business Area at IHI, Ishikawajima Harima Heavy Industry Corporations. And Sakada-san is from the process, he's a process engineer at SCG, is Siam Cement Group, Chemicals Corporations, Corporation is Thailand. So that they are actually we're starting the carbon recycling business. So that it is very good for us to touch upon the actual business of the carbon recycling. So that we are very expect your presentation. So firstly, Fujiyoshi-san, together, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation, and we really understand the capture CO2 and the hydrogen to produce the hydrocarbon, and maybe after that is companies' activities, so that this company to produce the olefins. Now, last but not least, I'd like to invite the Dr. Lu-Wei Chen, Senior Principal Scientist, Division of the Carbon Conversion and the Future Energy Carriers, Institute of the Sustainable for Chemicals, Energy and Environment. He is also the adjunct associated professor in National University of Singapore. So he's really chemical expert, and how much appreciate your current work or studies of the carbon recycling. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lu-Wei from Singapore. I'm supposed to control my... my research area mainly focusing on carbon dioxide conversions to fuels and chemicals, biothermal and plasma catalysis. And I also work on hydrogen production from biomass, such as ethanol steam reforming, and also biomass conversion to fuels and chemicals is also another my research interest. And I also work quite closely with industry, try to translate our research in lab to industry applications. For example, I have long-term collaboration with IHI for more than 10 years, working on C1 chemistry. So let me very briefly introduce our organization. So I'm coming from Singapore A-STAR. A-STAR means Agency for Science, Technology, and Research. So A-STAR is a Singapore government-led agency dedicated to fostering world-class research and talent to support the innovation and R&D in these selected areas. So our institute is under the A-STAR family, and we are located at Jurong Island in Singapore. So you may go to Singapore before, but you may go to Sentosa. There is a tourist island, but Jurong Island is a very important chemical industry hub for Singapore. And we have more than 100 multinational companies on the island. And the raw material for the feedstock and the energy is mainly petroleum and fossil based. So because of that, actually, Jurong Island alone contribute more than half of the carbon dioxide emission in Singapore. So to achieve our 2050 net zero carbon emission, we have to plan how to green our Jurong Island. So we would like to shift away from conventional petrol and fossil fuels. So we'll try to use alternative raw materials such as carbon dioxide, biomass, and waste material as our feedstock. And also we need to use a new energy mix to support the clean energy transition in Jurong Island, such as ammonia, hydrogen, and also green electricity. And we also want to have climate tech companies with sustainability technology to house on Jurong Island. So as a research institute located at Jurong Island, so we are one of the family member of the Jurong Island. So our research focus also highly related to the sustainability. So we have 6 technology stacks in our institute focusing on carbon dioxide capture, conversion, and also biomass conversion, and also recycling, resource recycling. And also we would like to develop emerging technologies for future, such as electrocatalysis for carbon dioxide conversion. And this kind of also biomass, use the bio conversion technology instead of a traditional chemical manufacturing. Yeah. And we also have 2 divisions. Use digitalization and automation will help us to accelerate our innovation, and the process engineering and safety will help us to deployment the technology at larger scale. So here I only want to highlight our research related to carbon dioxide. So as mentioned, we work on carbon dioxide capture and mineralization. So this is one of our proprietary technology. Instead of use amine as a carbon dioxide capture engine solution, we use ammonia solution. So by utilizing ammonia solution to capture carbon dioxide, and we use this aqueous solution to react with minerals or incineration bottom ash or waste concrete materials. So we can fix the carbon dioxide into these materials at mild condition, room temperature, no pressure, ambient pressure, and the raw material can be utilized as a construction materials. And we also utilize electrocatalysis method. So we can use electrolyte catalysis method to treat brine. By doing so, we can also recover those salts such as magnesium, calcium, and in the meantime produce hydrogen. So this is the CO2 capture and mineralization part. And we also work a lot on carbon dioxide conversion to fuels and chemicals, such as methane, methanol, higher alcohol, light olefins, and jet fuels. So to methane, light olefins, and jet fuel, that was the collaboration project with IHI. And last one is low carbon technology translational testbed. This is still in planning stage. We hope we have this facility can integrate different low carbon technologies and speed up the translation of our lab research result into industry relevant scales. So this is the project we work with IHI, and here demonstrate how we translate the lab research to industry cooperation, a commercialization unit. So we all well known a nickel catalyst is good for methanation reaction. However, the metal particles will be aggregate into bigger particles and gradually reduce the activity due to high reaction temperature. So we have developed a unit synthesis method and a unit structure nickel catalyst. So we overcome the sintering issue and extend the lifetime of the catalyst. So we have the journey from gradually scaling up, and now this technology has been commercialized already by IHI. Yeah, and another project is carbon dioxide to jet fuel. Because we all know actually for long distance flight, it's very challenging to use new energy such as hydrogen or battery. So traditional hydrocarbon fuel still is the solution. So CO2-based SAF would be one of the solution to decarbonize the aviation industry, because biomass jet fuel is currently being used. However, there is a limitation on this biomass jet fuel. Yeah. So we also have developed a very unique iron-based catalyst, because this is more challenging than to make methane from carbon dioxide, because we need long-chain hydrocarbons and we need to select it, produce the carbon in this range. Yeah, so we leverage on our new automation and digitalization, also machine learning. So this helps us a lot to speed up our catalyst development. So the development time of this catalyst is much shorter than our previous nickel catalyst, because we have
Excuse
this.
me, another 1 minute.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So so this 100 kg carbon dioxide per day test bed is going to be ready by this year. Yeah, so my last point is catalysis play an important role in our human development. Seems from petroleum more than 100 years ago, catalysis is a key technology to help us produce fuels and chemicals from petroleum. And future, we expect carbon dioxide will be an important carbon feedstock for our future refinery. So we don't see carbon dioxide as a problem. We will utilize it, and in future, we hope we can see the carbon concentration going down, but we were making money from carbon dioxide. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation, informative presentation, and we really understand that your institution, its activities, and but anyway, it's not only the carbon recycle, but also the another department is already existing, but he's belong to the carbon conversion unit, and really is engaging the studies. Technical studies on the carbon recycling. Thank you very much. We have the another 10 minutes, so that if you have some question, Please. But the microphone, please.
Sorry, my name's Sarah Fairhurst. I'm on the board of a company which, for various reasons, may want to build a coal-fired power station. So if you, a small coal-fired power station, if you were sitting advising somebody wanting to build a coal-fired power station today, which of these technologies do you think would be most appropriate to apply to it to economically manage the carbon dioxide emissions?
Your question is a coal power plant?
Yeah, a coal-fired power station.
Coal-fired power
Yep.
station emit the CO2.
Yep.
So
and
what the technology?
Yeah, if we wanted to say we want to build it basically clean, we want to build it in a way that it's going to capture the carbon as we build it, rather than, you know, fitting things on afterwards. What would be today? This is a real question about a real project, and we're having a real discussion about it. So, you know, this is your opportunity to tell me which of your technologies I should be coming and talking to you afterwards about to introduce them to my power station.
I think that somebody, okay, IHA, on behalf of NEDOS.
Okay. I think the problem is the supply of hydrogen. Many of carbon recycled products need hydrogen for its process. So if the price of hydrogen is expensive, that would be difficult to produce in a commercial way. So I would say that the mineralization doesn't need hydrogen. So if you have good resource for calcium, it could fix carbon dioxide as a calcium carbonate. So and use it to the concrete or something. That would be one way to realize carbon recycled products at this moment.
Oh, yes. So carbon dioxide mineralization is one of the technology which solve the current problem because they don't need to use hydrogen. But it depends on the raw material you use. The capacity of the solid material may determine how much carbon dioxide you can fix in the solid material. So for example, maybe about 10%. However, if you convert carbon dioxide into fuels, then it will consume large amount of carbon dioxide. But of course, that also related, you need large amount of hydrogen.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a point there. If you can capture carbon dioxide, you can have all these use cases, but capture of carbon dioxide from coal is not that easy, is my understanding. The technology is not really yet. I think if the carbon dioxide emission is really concentrated, you can capture it. There is technologies for it, like from natural gas, but from coal, if you can capture it, you'll have use cases, you can do CCS, but capture technology would be the challenge there.
Then I think that carbon capture technologies is already existing, and but anyway, need to technology development to reduce the cost. But now we have the apply the carbon capture technology to attach the coal power plant. So I think Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, they have the much experience on the carbon capture unit. Then after carbon capture, how to do. Maybe one of the idea is produce construction materials, as that is, and also the with hydrogen, then change it to the e-fuels, emissions. That is our topics of the carbon recycling. Okay, thank you. The next, please.
Good afternoon. My question is to Fujiyoshi-san and Mr. Chen. So, from your perspective, what's the target, the cost level of CO2 that can make the CO2 to chemical to lower olefin, for example, really commercially competitive? And when do you think we can reach to that level? Thank you.
Sorry, cost, CO2 cost. It is difficult to reply about this cost. So just as our project is still institute and demonstration level, so of course we will start to calculate if our system is to achieve our target. So after that, we can calculate the initial cost and running cost. So, but the roughly calculation, so most important is hydrogen cost. So basically up to the hydrogen cost. Hydrogen cost is very high. And for example, the CO2 incentive cost is benefit is very low. So in that case, product olefin should be increased more cost up, more than now. So the reason why, so basically present normal system is from the naphtha through the naphtha cracker change to the lower olefin. But our system it means a CCUS system is absolutely additional equipment. So in that case, so of course, if the naphtha cost is a very low cost, so only cost focus should be keep. But priority change, if priority change to the CO2 decreasing, in that case, absolutely add the additional system. But in that case, probably cost will be increased. So, but the cost level is not yet sure. So up to hydrogen cost and the CO2 incentive benefit. So up to this one. So it's a very important.
Oh, yes. As Fujiyoshi-san say, hydrogen costs a large portion in the production. So in general, for example, carbon dioxide to methanol or to aviation fuels, the cost of hydrogen will account for 70% of the final product cost. So we believe with the technology improvement and the green hydrogen cost will be gradually reduced in future. So this part of the cost will gradually reduce. And another point is on the other side, the technology improvement for the CO2 conversion. Because currently we need high pressure, high temperature to convert carbon dioxide into especially like methanol. We need to operate at 50 to 80 bar, and also to SAF about 30 bar like this. So, but the CO2 capture, the capture is carbon dioxide and the green hydrogen all at very low pressure, just ambient. So we also need to cost a lot of energy to pressurize the gas into high pressure for the chemical reaction. So from our part, we can improve the technology to develop new generation catalysts, which can be operate at mild condition and also very more selective to the products. And the third point is we can leverage on carbon tax. Yeah, because it in future you emit carbon dioxide, you need to pay tax, and that also will trade off part of the cost. Yeah, thank you.
Fujiyoshi-san, so you, according to your presentation, is production of the low-carbon olefin is increasing 1 kilogram per day to the 100 kilogram per day with NATO support. So that how much production is good for the business? It's 100 kilogram per day. It's not enough for business, or maybe 10,000. How do you think about the? Maybe I'm talking about the scale merit of the production.
Basically, 100 kilogram per day. Our target, target is not enough. Yes. So, but it's for private company. So, if research and institute association needs it's for research, our equipment, it's we can change to the commercial. But actual, so many company need to decrease the CO2. So in that case, at least how about 1,000 times or over is necessary. So of course, if we can increase the scale up, so the initial cost also decreasing. Yeah, it's we call the scale merit. So of course, bigger and bigger is we have a benefit. It's a full cost.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to receive the more question, but time is up. Sorry. So that I'd like to close. But anyway, it's the same as the Gusti. So if you have any question to the panelists, please contact to the areas, and we deliver the question to the all the panelists, so that maybe a panelist to the answer to the question to directly all of you. So thank you very much, and before closing, so much appreciate your kind of clap to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimura-sensei, for your moderation. May I invite Kimura-sensei and all panelists to stand for a photo session. Please smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you. Once more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a round of applause. Now we are moving on to the last panel discussion of the day. We are going to learn more from our experts on CCUS policy, regulations, and financing for carbon management. Allow me to call to the stage Dr. Han Fumin from ERIA, along with the panelists, Mr. Fahru Rozi Firmansyah from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, Ms. Yaguchi Mei from the Director of METI Japan, Mr. Zaharin Zulkifli from Energy Commission Malaysia, and Mr. Jesus Tamang, former Director, Energy Policy and Planning Bureau, Department of Energy of Philippines. Please give them a round of applause. Dr. Fumin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And again, good afternoon and welcome to the last session of today Asia CCUS Forum. I think I hope you enjoyed the first two sessions. This is going to be the last, but I hope you continue to enjoy the last session, because those I think experts have said many things, but this session is going to enlighten. I think we can interact each other about what's going on within our region in terms of CCUS regulation, policy, and financing. I think the more important is what's going on, the situation in Southeast Asia, particularly also with regard, we have excellent speaker with me today, 4 people, and from Japan, and the rest is from Southeast Asia. And what I'm going to organize this session so that I can leave a lot of time for you to interact with us so that we can exchange question and answer. And I introduce the 4 excellent panelists, and then each panelist will have 5 to 7 minutes with or without PowerPoint. You can talk without PowerPoint if you like. The 5 minutes is also great. That's, we can leave a lot of time for us to take questions. And the first expert on this going to enlighten us about the carbon management challenge, particularly in terms of policy, regulation, and financing, is we have the Mr. Farouk Rozi Firma, if I may call your name correctly. He's an oil and gas expert from Directorate General of Oil and Gas, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource, Indonesia. And then we have a second expert, Mrs. Yakuchi Mai. She is a Director, International Strategy on Energy Resource Office, Policy Planning Division from Natural Resource and Fuel Department, METI, Japan. And we have another expert is Saharin Zulkifli, Deputy Director, Planning and Strategy Commission, Energy Commission from Malaysia. Saharin. And we have former Director Jess Tamang. He's an expert. Now he serves as consultant and associate energy transition partnership support in Philippines. And I think we have these 4 excellent experts. Let me invite, if you may like to introduce yourself a little bit further, please do so also. The first expert to share your experience and what's going on in Indonesia in terms of policy, regulation, what are the challenges in terms of financing. So I think feel free to say what actually happening in Indonesia. We want to take stock of those kind of information. Pak Rosi, you may like to stand or you can speak from here, up to you. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Rosie. I'm oil and gas inspector in DG Oil and Gas in Indonesia. So thank you for the opportunity to share the updates of CCUS policy and regulation. I will talk a little bit about the financing, but that's one of the issues, I think. So, sorry. Okay, so I will talk about the CCUS first, the current update and the situation in Indonesia. Basically, last year we, with our team in research in Lemigas, we identified and evaluate the potential of CO2 storage in Indonesia in saline aquifer and depleted oil and gas reservoir. So from 20 producing basin, we identified around 577 gigaton CO2 in saline aquifer and depleted reservoir. I think it could be more, it could be bigger because we have around 128 basin, and this is only 20 from the producing basin. But of course, we need more studies and exploration to make the potential to be the capacity. And this is the current situation about the CCS project in Indonesia. Basically, we have around 15 projects that we monitor. Mostly in oil and gas working area, and most of them also operated under Pertamina's working area. These are still under study and preparation. 3 of them in Tangguh in Papua. Tangguh in Papua, and then Abadi in Maluku, and Sakemang in South Sumatra. The plan of development already approved, so they are currently preparing the project development. And then several projects are projected to be CCS hub, so we want to open CO2 not only from oil and gas, but also from industries, domestic and international, as mentioned by our minister. And then not only these 15, actually there are several more studies that has been started by power generation company, our state company PLN, and then blue ammonia from the fertilizer plant in several locations in Indonesia. I think most of these projects are targeted to be operated, to be on stream around 2030. There are several projects, 1 or 2 projects targeted before 2030, but most of them will be on stream around 2030. This is the current regulation in Indonesia. So, as mentioned by our minister, that CCS regulation is one of the main enablers to make the CCUS implemented in Indonesia. So, this 2 years we established 2 regulations. The first one is Presidential Regulation number 14, and then the second one is MEAMA Regulation number 2, years 2023 for CCS and CCUS in upstream oil and gas. And yeah, upstream oil and gas will be the key to implement the CCS CCUS in the early stage, because we have this potential of CO2 with high concentration, so we could we hope that we could implement CCS CCUS from upstream oil and gas earlier. And then with the potential of CO2 storage in Indonesia, we established Presidential Regulation, as I mentioned, that will open CO2 not only from oil and gas, with the location not only in oil and gas working area, but also in the open area to be standalone CCS project with permitting processes, not with PSG contract in oil and gas regime. We also preparing and discuss with several ministries related to the permitting process and systems, and then about the data management, especially for upstream subsurface data. And then we prepare also the institution, organizational structure in MEMR that will be responsible for CCS permitting in Indonesia. And we are currently formulating the draft already finalized actually, a ministerial regulation as mandated by presidential regulation related the preparation, bidding process, and offering, and then the permitting process for CCS oil and gas, CCS, standalone CCS, not in the oil and gas. And I think at the end of this month, we will start to harmonize between ministries, and we hope we could enact the ministerial regulation this year. And then other related regulation related to the environment and utilization of the forest area is still under discussion also. So what next? If we see from this, I took this matrix from S&P Global. If we compare in ASEAN, I think Indonesia is one of the advanced country related to the regulation, but of course, as Australia is excluded for this one, because Australia is the most advanced in terms of regulation. And if we see in here, we still has many issues that we need to solve, especially related to the financing. Until now, we don't have any. We cannot give like direct funding. So as I mentioned that CCS and CCUS in upstream. They use like PSC contract. They use like, so the cost will potentially part of the recoverable cost in Indonesia, and this could be part of the incentive for the companies. And then about the, yeah, we will continue to make and improve our regulation and the permitting process, and also human capital development and MRV and liability. We are currently discuss with our team in research organization in MEMR to make guideline for MRV, so both from the government and companies when they plan, and for us when we evaluate their planning for MRV will have like same perception. And then of course collaboration and cooperation will be important for us. As I mentioned that we open for cross-border CO2 with from other countries, so there are so many issues that still discussing in our team in internal and the emitting countries. So we are open also from any other, including like mentioned by NGA in the first session, some issues that could be discussed and agreed in the B2B bilateral agreement will be important for us. Of course, discussion is still ongoing between government and then organization and association and some expert, including the industries. So, based on several studies that conducted by Lemigas in Indonesia, we have around 20, I think, 20 potential clustering for CCS to identify the potential source and sink. So we have around 20 potential locations, and we hope that in the future we could make more deep study so that we can continue not only in the study but also the implementation. And I heard that ERIA will also conducting a deeper study in one of the location Indonesia, and that's very would be great for us. And then the next related the cross-border CCS, as I mentioned, we are starting to discuss with one of emitting countries related CO2 transportation and the issues. We identified the issues, what kind of issues related to the CO2 transportation, related even the standard that recognized by every country might be different. So we discussed these issues, and then where is the transfer point, leakage issues also will be discussed in the part of in the G2G discussion. I think that's all for me. As I mentioned, that financial is big issues for us because we cannot give, for now we cannot give direct funding. So yeah, if you have any input, we are open, but we need relevant input with condition in Indonesia. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Rosi. I think this is very comprehensive. I think very short, and then you can understand what's going on in Indonesia in terms of the CCUS development cluster and hub, source and sink. I think this is very comprehensive. From policy development, you have access in relation to other countries and what situation in Indonesia. I think this is excellent. I really, a snapshot is very short and precise. Thank you so much, Pak Rosi. Please keep in mind if you have questions, we'll ask later on. The next speaker, may I call on Yakuchi Mai-san? The floor is yours. Thank you.
So, hello again. I'm Mayaguchi from METI. So, I would like to kind of give an overview of Japan's CCUS policy. But actually, many of the points that I'm going to explain in my presentation here has already been explained either in my first presentation or from Jagmek or Nedo. So I'll try to kind of add to the previous explanations made by the Japanese team. Okay. So my presentation, first I'll explain why Japan is very committed to CCUS efforts. In this slide, I think appeared in Nedo's, Mr. Yoshida's presentation. But so Japan is aiming to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And of course, we will do every effort to decarbonize power. We would introduce renewable energy, work on energy efficiency, make efforts in restarting nuclear power. But still, we think in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, we still have this component where we need innovation. And that's where we believe CCUS comes in. Right. So going into each policy, first the CCS policy. Again, this was explained this in my first presentation. We enacted the CCS Business Act this year. So this is to aim to establish an environment to start a CCS business by 2030 is what we are aiming for. So we've enacted a bill that regulates the transportation and regulates and gives rights to operators for transportation and storage. Also, in order to enable CO2 export, we have accepted the London Protocol, amended London Protocol. This also was touched upon by Jagmek in my previous presentation. So this is our effort in terms of government support in the CCS policy. So we have selected advanced CCS programs that would enable CCS business by 2030. The point of this advanced CCS program is to have a comprehensive value chain that will integrate both the CO2 source, the transport method, and the CO2 storage areas. So we have selected 9 projects, which is shown in the slide. And we will be supporting basic engineering design for CCS value chain, and also exploratory drilling for the CO2 storage sites. And in this conference, I would like to note that 5 are domestic and 4 are involve CO2 transport export, 3 in Malaysia and 1 in Australia. And I think this I think hasn't been explained so far, so I would like to highlight this point. We also support technology development, and one I think unique effort that we are doing is in the transportation area. We are demonstrating a project for a liquefied CO2 shipping, so that we can enable transport CO2 overseas in large quantities and efficiently. So, and especially this fiscal year, we start a demonstration test for long distance transportation of liquefied CO2. And this, we understand, is the world's first attempt to transport liquefied CO2 by ship with refrigerated and low pressure tanks. This is just an example of the demonstration project of what kind of route the test would be taking. For example, there's the Maizuru power station in Kyoto, or for example, Osaki Kogen, which was also mentioned in NEDO. We would capture the CO2, and the demonstration test would transport it to Tomakomai CCS demonstration. And we hope to finalize this demonstration test by 2026. And I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce other areas of Japanese technology, not just ship transport, but Japan, we believe, Japanese companies have competitive technologies and capture and storage phases as well. So for example, Japanese companies account for 70% of the world market share for separation and capture plants using the amine absorption method. In addition, Japan has accumulated technology for monitoring technologies related to storage, and Japanese companies also have a track record to supplying equipment for CCS facilities overseas. And we hope that Japanese companies can participate in development of overseas storage sites. So those are the companies that have advanced technology in each field. So going into CCU, or carbon recycling, again, this I will not touch. I think this was shown in NEDO's presentation, explaining the concept of CCU and carbon recycling. Again, this also was explained in NEDO's presentation. This is a carbon recycling roadmap, which Japan published in 2023. Well, the message is we will be, due to the high cost of carbon recycling products, through technology development, we are trying to reduce the cost of carbon recycling products. This again, I think a similar explanation was made by Mr. Yoshida and NEDO of which fields that NEDO is focusing on in terms of carbon utilization, carbon recycling. I would just like to add, in terms of the funding for such technical development, Japan has committed to provide $3.8 million over 10 years, over a 10-year period, to enable intensive effort to develop CCU technologies by 2030. And the areas that are the focused is shown in this slide: concrete, cement, recycled carbon fuel, chemicals, biomanufacturing, and CO2 capture technology. All right. Two more slides. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I won't go. I won't go into this slide again. This was explained by Mr. Yoshida of the Osaki Kamishima demonstration base for CCUS. CCU. The last slide I would like to kind of advertise or explain. Of course, CCU is as a national effort is very important for us, but also we believe it is an international effort as well. Spreading the awareness, spreading best practices, challenges will enable and enhance the enhanced carbon CCUS policies. So in that sense, that is why we have initiated the Asia ASEAN CCUS Network. We are also participating in the CEM CCUS initiative and the Carbon Management Challenge. And also, we will also be hosting an international conference on carbon recycling. And we would like to invite anybody in this room who is interested. This year we will be hosting in October 11th in Tokyo. It's a very good time of the year in Japan. Hopefully fall is the best season, personally I think. So if anybody is interested, please feel free to join us in October for the Carbon Recycling Conference. So that will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yakuji-san, for your comprehensive presentation and also enlighten us about how Japanese have, I think, very careful in terms of roadmap, how each industry sectors are moving toward net zero by 2050. And also, I think the industry and technology-wise along the CCUS seem to be very competitive and also stay on very cutting-edge technologies. And thanks for Japan, I think being a lead of, and ASEAN is of course relying on some kind of technology transfer and cooperation from Japan. Also, you touch on the carbon recycling. It's quite important that not only a permanent store, we need to recycle before it's stored, so that I think it reduces the cost while we are working on other policy instruments like a carbon tax and carbon incentive. And this kind of carbon recycling is perhaps very important for the whole value chain of CCUS. And thank you so much, by the way, for your presentation. And may I call on the next expert, Pak Sarin, to have your thought about Malaysian case. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Fumin, the moderator for the session, my fellow panelist speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me for this forum. Today, I will share with you on the CCUS policy and regulation development that currently happening in Malaysia. Table of contents of my presentation today as follows. The first one on the CCUS policy, CCUS regulation development, and finally the challenges. So Malaysia is committed to achieving clean greenhouse gas or GHG emissions aspiration net zero by 2050. For this purpose, one of the initiatives identified by the government is through trapping technology, carbon capture, utilization and storage or CCUS. CCUS will be used to trap and store permanently carbon dioxide CO2 from the main sources of CO2 emissions, especially for hard-to-abate industries. CCUS technology is among mitigation methods that are important in reducing CO2 emissions and can help countries achieve the objective of the Paris Agreement. So the National Energy Transition Roadmap, or we call it NETR, launched in July 2023, recognized CCUS as one of the areas of focus and catalyst of initiative and energy transition that opens up economic opportunities and reduces carbon footprints. So NETR has set targets for develop 3 CCUS hubs by 2030, with capacity storage of up to 15 million metric tons per year. By 2050, storage capacity will increase to 40 to 80 million metric tons a year. So CCUS has been identified as one of the 4 new growth areas under the new Industrial Master Plan 2030. So the NETR entails on 10 flagship catalyst projects, 50 key initiatives and enablers across 6 energy transition levels. Namely, we have energy efficiency, renewable energy, hydrogen, bioenergy, green mobility, and also CCUS. So I can see here that we have strategies on the CCUS document in the NETR that covers all aspects of CCUS. On the CCUS regulation development, so has been announced by the government, the CCUS bill said to be tabled in Parliament this November and expect to be concluded in 2025 will benefit many oil and gas services and equipment OGSC companies. So the bill to regulate the activity and attract more investors to the country. So this is the press statement made by the Ministry of Economy on May 21st. The Economy Minister said his ministry has tabled a memorandum to the Cabinet to pave the way towards a comprehensive legal framework on CCUS initiative. Establishment of the legal framework takes into account the cohesiveness of implementation, ability to attract high-impact investments, and means to manage risks and liabilities. Some considerations, such as a standalone CCUS bill that will be tabled by the end of 2024, and bilateral agreements to position Malaysia as a regional carbon capture and storage CCS hub to capitalize on opportunities in the era of energy transitions. So the CCUS bill aims to enable the governance of all aspects along the CCUS value chain, namely carbon capture, transportation, utilization, and storage of carbon dioxide. The storage activities, which initially focus on the offshore areas before potentially being implemented onshore. The suitable of utilizing onshore storage is subject to a feasibility study to be conducted at a later stage. This bill will be administered by governance body at the federal level together with a technically competent entity. The potentiality for Malaysia to deploy a large-scale CCUS solution lies in its significance of oil and gas reserve. So Malaysia's active involvement in the oil and gas industry makes it an ideal candidate for such. However, there are several challenges that need to be addressed, including the first one, cost of implementing CCUS technology, the high initial investment required for infrastructure development and operation can be a deterrent for many smaller industries. Secondly, preliminary regulatory framework. Regulations in regards of CCUS adoption needs to be strengthened to provide clear guidelines and incentives for all industries involved. Number 3, requirements for more technological advancement. Research and development efforts must focus on improving CCUS technologies to enhance their efficiency and reduce costs. And finally, lacking offshore geological data. A large scale of CCUS solution requires a large storage field, and due to lack of crucial data for poorly explored basins in offshore Malaysia, more exploration initiatives may be needed to find a suitable storage for CCUS adoptions. As a conclusion, collaboration with international partners can help Malaysia access advanced technology and expertise in this field. Furthermore, establishing a cluster or hub approach where multiple emitters invest in a shared infrastructure can help lower expenses and generate profits. This collaboration approach requires effective coordination and cooperation among various stakeholders. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Saharin, for enlightening, I think, us in very short time. I think we can understand the overall development of CCUS policy and progress in Malaysia. I think from Indonesia to Malaysia, I think in terms of regulation side, there are progress very, very well, what I understand from the presentation. And also, Pak Saharin pinpoint on the challenges in terms of cost financing, and some regulation need to be more, I think, stringent and more clarified. I think those issues is quite important, and but we know that the country are ready to implement the CCS within this year and next year, because regulation side is almost ready in the context of Malaysia. Thank you so much, Pak, for this. And our last expert, Director Jess, and from Philippines. So let's hear from him what he's going to bring for us. Director, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Well, just as a quick information among the panel, Philippines is the only one who is not implementing yet a CCUS project. Okay, but nevertheless, the Philippines has an energy transition plan that covers a period up to 2050. And it is this energy plan that actually provides a window for the Philippines to be able to tap on the benefits of CCUS technology. Like many of you, the Department of Energy in the Philippines is shifting towards a cleaner set of energy, making use of the different fuels and even technologies. But nevertheless, our main purpose for the department is still to be able to ensure that energy security is always in place. And by energy security, we mean energy is made available anywhere it is needed, anytime, at the right form, and at the right quality. Energy transition, however, includes now the target to be able to reduce by almost 50% our greenhouse gas emission targeted by 2030. And this is actually saying that we're also maintaining the 2020 level of emission. So that's actually is going to be forming part of the main objectives of having this cleaner energy, cleaner technology in the energy sector. The greenhouse gas emission target by 2030 up to year 2050 will actually be driven by so many factors, but mainly by clean technology, or even what we call now emerging and new technologies. And it is actually in this set of action that we see a possible entry of carbon capture, storage, and utilization. The energy plan itself indicates that CCSU is going to be one of those that will be evaluated and programmed to be implemented if found economical and feasible for the economy. The energy sector is a major emitter of a greenhouse gas, and therefore is expected also to be the main beneficiary of CCS, and even to the extent of the utilization component of that technology. We now have in place a framework for low carbon, climate change, and even disaster resiliency. And enabling conditions for these areas to be covered have been identified, and we believe that CCSU is also going to benefit a lot from these enabling conditions. And within the framework of the panel discussion, sorry for this small print, but we believe that we may not be requiring immediately new set of laws and regulations as presented earlier by Japan, Indonesia, and even by Malaysia. We believe that if we look at the energy compliance certificate requirements, for all energy projects along the energy chain, we will be able to see at least a window for a quick implementation of the entry of CCSU along the energy chain or along the industry chain. The the environmental compliance certificate is actually required for all energy projects at different levels of different impact to the environment and different impact even to the investment potential for the economy. With the review and revisiting of the rules, regulations, and equivalent laws to be able to comply with the requirements for the environmental compliance, we believe that we'll be able to identify also what needs to be in place to be able to have a strong implementation of our CCSU project. What we're seeing right now is a growing interest among the industry players, particularly in the upstream sector. Just last month, they invited actually CPEX in this particular case to have a discussion on what needs to be done, what needs to be considered when selecting sites for carbon storage. Another session is actually scheduled in September. And we're hoping that not only the upstream sector, but also all the other sectors, to include industry and energy practitioners, will be able to attend and take part in this activity. We also have, of course, government representatives attending the many ERIA programs and projects and studies that are related to CCSU. As presented also by Nedo and Ms. Yaguchi earlier, we believe that we can't be staying only up to the storage component of the CCSU. While it's true we'll be able to reduce emission by storing CO2, we believe there's going to be greater value for the economy if we're able to make use of CO2. Industries now are using CO2, and maybe we'll be able to tap them more, but then we're particularly interested in the new and emerging applications of CO2. We would like to be able to see how these new technologies can really be useful and can help us in furthering not only improving and expanding the investment in the Philippines, but also making use of CO2, thus reducing also the level of emission in the economy. This is as much as we are presenting to you today, as we are not yet in the implementation stage of CCSU, but we have an 11-year-old study on CCSU. And that study unfortunately indicated that because of the distance between the CO2 source and the potential site for storage, CCSU or CCS at that time is not going to be viable, financially feasible, or even attractive for us to undertake. And so we need to be able to review and update that CCSU study for us to see really if we are going to be a beneficiary and going to be a good implementer of CCSU in the country. What we are also highlighting right now is for us to be able to access, of course, not only the information on the promotion of CCSU, but actually the experience of those who have implemented the project. We believe that it is going to be the major factor to encourage investors, the community also, to allow the implementation of different projects if they are convinced that if other economies were able to do it, we will also be able to do it. On behalf of, the Philippines, we hope to be able to benefit from CCSU. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Jess, for enlightening us about the Philippine context. What we hear clearly that Philippines have undertaken study and accumulate experience on CCUS almost over 10 years, 11 years. And those, I think, this is a very good news that you have accumulated experience and follow up on the CCUS development. One of the things that Director Jess highlight is it seems that the current policy and regulation on in Philippines could actually facilitate the CCUS development and deployment. Of course, they need to look at further and deeper in terms of how to facilitate the investment into these sectors. And I think we have around 15 minutes left, so I don't want to pose any question to the panelists. I leave the open question to you so that you can feel free to ask. And please, this.
Tetsuya Teruzawa from IEJ of Japan. I have a question to Mr. Fahar from Indonesia. You said, I believe, Indonesia is open to cross-border CCS. If I may ask further questions on that comment. Being open and allowing the importation of CO2 is not necessarily the same. Has the Indonesian government made the decision to accept CO2 from outside of Indonesia? And if the answer is not yet, what are the remaining issues to be resolved before making the decision to accept CO2 from outside of Indonesia? And the second related question is that, is Indonesia a participant to the London Protocol? And if not, what's your plan to participate in the London Protocol? The third question is that you mentioned that there could be bilateral G2G agreements. What will be the elements of such G2G bilateral agreements? And when can we actually start negotiating on those G2G bilateral agreements? Can we start the negotiation tomorrow? And if not, when can we start?
Thank you so much, Chairman and of the IEJ, Professor Terasewa, for excellent questions. 3 questions. If you may please address.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I will answer this question. So basically, yeah, in our regulation, we allow for CCS project to import the CO2 from any other countries, but we need G2G bilateral agreement as the umbrella. So for the, I think the third question also answered this issue, because we are starting to discuss with one of the emitting countries in the ASEAN. We are starting discussion related what kind of issues that could be one of, especially for the CO2 transportation that I mentioned before. That, for example, technical standard between countries will be could be different. So we need to agree what kind of standard that will be used in the technical aspect. And then the second issues related where is the transfer point for the CO2, and then the leakage, and other issues that we are starting to discuss is related permitting process for both countries, because the transportation is not only from for Indonesia, the permitting process, but I think also from the emitter countries. That's what we discuss currently, and I think the discussion is still progressing, because we learn from other countries in Europe that already has MOU for CO2 transbordery, but I think it is a little bit different because they has their own EU ETS, and Indonesia, and especially in ASEAN, we don't have that kind of regional same perspective like that. This will be part of the discussion. And in our regulation, we made general provision related to cross-border. So we open for any other issues in the transbordery, and we could agree and mention in the agreement. That's I think that's my answer. And then the second, I think the second question and last question related to the London Protocol. We are not participated yet in the London Protocol. So as long as we discuss with several experts, and as long as both countries is not parties in the Paris, London Protocol, we could discuss and whether do we need to mention our requirement to be included in the agreement based on the London Protocol, and if the emitting countries come from parties that already ratified the London Protocol. I think in the protocol also mentioned that we should also improve our maybe regulation, or maybe just from the agreement that we need to follow also the London Protocol. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think perhaps Professor may want to in-depth to understanding what actually element to be discussed in terms of G2G during the cross CO2 transboundary transport. I think it perhaps can be in a closer discussion. I think what actually the element to be discussed in terms of emission accountability, leakage, many issues in that. I think that Pak Rossi has highlighted in terms of if the country, the host country who reduce emission, and if they are party to London Protocol, like Japan going to already amend the London Protocol, what the Indonesia going to consider something like that. I think at this stage, I think there are many issues need to be dive into that issue deeply. If you have any other question, please feel free. We still have around 8 minutes. Okay, I think if you don't have a question in general, I think the 4 countries provide very a broad overview in terms of what's going on in each country. It seems that the countries in Asia are ready, particularly for Indonesia and Malaysia, maybe this year and next year, to open up for the receiving CO2. And I think there will be challenges, but also the country like Philippines, maybe the rest of Southeast Asia, need to, I think, follow closely and need to also follow up and further develop their regulation to, I think, to be part of the regional hub. And maybe I want to let the expert to say keyword and few words that they may left behind, that what are actually they want to see, and what, as they are government official, what actually they want to see the next stage to push the CCUS further in terms of business financing, in terms of CO2 transport. You may see that, okay, what next? That the government want to see this. Yes, please.
In Indonesia, we currently don't have any commercial project that already implemented. So, and we have more issue related to cross-border transboundary CCS. So we hope that we have Asia CCUS Network. We hope that this network could also discuss about the potential issues of transboundary, because we have so many members, not only from the industry but also the government. So we hope that we could make like regional guideline, or we make like same perspective. So we don't need to discuss G2G, not only G2G, but in the region we have like regional guideline. And the second one, this is not only 1 or 2 countries to decarbonize with CCS. As mentioned by Yaguchi-san, that Japan has potential 120 until 240 in 2050 million ton, and it is not about 1 or 2 projects. We need massive project with high capacity. So we need, in this network, we need to work together to solve these issues. Thank you.
So I guess my message, I guess, would be, so I think as a government body, everybody faces a great challenge because we have to balance economic growth and carbon neutrality. And we are basically trying to create a new market, trying to create a commercialized CCUS is a great challenge. And I think the current stage is that what is the role of the government, what is the role of the business, that even this is something that we need to discuss. So I think it's challenging, but also it provides a lot of opportunity for cooperation. And even if we can't see any clear solution, it's very helpful to kind of have this network to be able to understand at the early stage of what each country faces and what challenges we faces. We sometimes would disagree on things, but it helps very much if we have a face-to-face relationship. So I think this kind of forum is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fumin. I think in case of Malaysia, so as I mentioned earlier that we are planning to table the CCUS bill by end of this year. So to complement that bill, so I think we need to support the initiative or the bill with the Climate Change Act, because now in Malaysia we don't have any Climate Change Act in place. So we are still developing the acts. So I believe that when we have those acts in place, it also will introduce the carbon pricing instrument to support the CCUS in the market. So hopefully with the CCUS bill, Climate Change Act, and also the carbon pricing instruments, so the implementation of CCUS will be viable to the markets as a reasonable price, so more investors will come in and the local can get the profits, creating the jobs and so on. I think that's from me. Thank you.
In our case, I think what we need to be able to see is the increased viability and attractiveness of CCSU. And one of the items that can drive that actually up is the development of a carbon market. We need to be able to see that trading mechanism in place to be able to attract investors and even the local players to really go into carbon storage or even selling or equivalent to cross-border trade. You know? Then the other item we need to have is also these alternative uses of CO2. Industries are now using CO2, but then we're happy to see the new possible uses of CO2, as they will not just be limited to case of the Philippines, but something that will really help us improve on the economy and the local community. One major item in many of the projects for implementation is usually the hesitancy of the community members to have an approval, give an approval on it. No? But if we're able to show the community that there will be benefit for them also in terms of increased investment, increased or job creation, then we'll have an easier, I think, way of approving CCSU project in the future.
Thank you so much. Let me wrap up the session 3. Actually, this session I think quite very important in terms of how the country in ASEAN together, Japan, I think working together in terms of policy, regulation, and financing the CCUS. As you highlight, why the carbon price need to be appropriately formed in ASEAN and together with other regions. I think this is the most important a policy instrument which I think has been absent, but the market or carbon market is emerging in Southeast Asia, particularly countries trying to establish carbon price, whatever mechanism they try to do, carbon tax, emission trading system like in Europe, whatever. But this actually gradually from voluntary carbon market toward compulsory or common carbon market in ASEAN is quite necessary to facilitate this kind of clean development technology like CCUS. This is quite important. Why the countries? I think what is the inspiration that we can see that countries recognize the importance of CCUS for decarbonization. You see that countries from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand are working on regulatory progress, institution, including their building capacity and institution readiness. And Japan side, I think it's in terms of technologies. I think all the value chain the technology is cutting edge and become more cheaper and competitive. And one most important is about CO2 shipping. So if the long-haul CO2 shipping become very successful, driving down costs, I think they become very successful. CO2 can be shipped from, I think because regulation side are ready within this year or next year, so that it's open the way for trade in the region. That's why I think we need to accelerate this. We need to have this kind of interaction more to discuss, to understand the difference, so that we can embark on the same understanding, so that the trade can be happening in our region. So I want to conclude this session by applauding the excellent expert in this session 3. Please give them a big applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Phu Min, for your excellent moderation and all panelists for sharing your expertise. Now, may I invite all panelists and Pak Phu Min to stand up and stay on the stage for the photo session. Please smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Once more, 1, 2, 3, smile. Is it okay? Smile. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Dr. Phu Min. You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a productive day. We will still have 2 more sessions after this, a very short session. So I will invite everyone to stay until the end of this event. We have had a productive day today. In the first session, we have learned from the view of corporation, government, international association. We have learned about shifting CCS to commercial business under appropriate regulations. And for the second session, we have learned from various stakeholders on panel discussions on CCU carbon recycling. And just now we had an interactive panel discussion on carbon management challenges in various countries. We have learned POV from Indonesia, from Japan, from Malaysia, from Philippines. We are very grateful to be able to hear from our experts today. Next in line, we will hear a wrap-up of today's event. May I invite to the stage our CCUS expert energy unit of ERIA, Dr. Gusti Suwarnaya Sideman.
Good afternoon. Sawat Dekab. Good afternoon to all participants, both online and offline, distinguished participants. Thank you for being here today, and thank you also to you who engaged online with us. We just completed our panel discussion of the fourth CCUS Network Forum. I hope all of you will benefit from the presentation and discussion. It is an honor for me to brought up what we discussed during the forum. From ministerial remark, His Excellency Minister, His Excellency Arifin Tasrif, also His Excellency Ken Saito of METI of Japan, also His Excellency Kamso Koiporham, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Mine and Energy of Lao PDR, and also Honorable Dr. Sanjayan Pelautan of Malaysia, and Mr. Jarad Daniel has emphasized the importance of CCS and CCUS, or carbon recycling, in meeting the net emission strategy in Asia region. Both of His Excellency emphasized the potential of CCS and CCU, or carbon recycling, for meeting net zero while also maintaining the economic growth and energy security. The important role of the CCS and carbon recycling then echoed by Professor Watanabe, the president of ERIA, considering that the pact happened with the most robust renewable energy deployment and the most robust energy efficiency deployment. Fossil energy will remain around 40% of energy supply in Asia. Both Excellency also and Honorable share a view that collaboration is continuously needed for commercialization. Japan, Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Thailand share the interest of the country to work collaboratively in developing CCS and carbon recycling to meet net zero emission community. Dr. Yamamoto Koji, the Vice President of Energy Business Unit of Japan Organization on Metal and Energy Security, JOGMEC, shared the development of JOGMEC policy in supporting the development of CCS and CCUS project by providing funding, investment guarantee, and also take over of the CCS operation after the injection period completed. The first panel discussed the role of appropriate regulation to commercialize the CCUS project. In the session, lesson learned from successful project commercialization in the US was shared. In addition, Japan shared the regulatory framework under development to enable commercial deployment of a CCS project in Japan and in the region. ExxonMobil and Asia Natural Gas and Energy Association share their view of the important regulation that promote cross-border CCS project that allow the development of cluster and hub CCS in the region that could become a game changer for affordable CCS project in the region. Key take away from session one among first from the development of CCS and then carbon management in the US is because the willingness of the government to provide incentive enacted in the development law, namely bipartisan of infrastructure law, and also the Inflation
Reduction Act bill that allocated almost 62 billion over 5 years for DOE, the Department of Energy, and including also 12 billion for carbon management development. The tax, the funding of American government since the development of research and development, then pilot project, and also the commercialization of CCS has allowed America to have more advanced development of CCS project, and some of them already in operation commercially. Japan provides lesson learned that the country currently promulgated CCS regulation to enable CCS commercialization both domestic and overseas. Projected Japan will need CCS with total capacity between 120 to 2,040 million ton by 2050 to achieve net zero emission. CCS should be started in 2030 with additional capacity needed 6 until 12 million ton per annum from 2030 until 2050. To enable the commercialization of CCS in Japan and overseas, Japan provides technical support across value chain of CCS, such as feasibility study, of site selection for storage, transportation, and also injection. Industrial organization like ENG pointed out that despite of public regulation, private initiative such as cross-border certification scheme could also support the development cross-border CCS project. While industry, as indicated by ExxonMobil, will look government support to create good business environment, stable fiscal system, also a carbon market, and financial support to enable earlier commercialization of CCS and well collaborative government in regulating value chain of CCS project is expected. Government might not necessarily deploy all the regulation, industrial standard, code, and rule of conduct, and third-party certification might be part of the regulatory scheme for encouraging the CCS development. Key takeaway from session 2. Carbon capture and use or carbon recycling, which is the process of capturing and reusing of emitted CO2, projected becoming increasingly important as one of the pathway to realize a carbon neutral society. Recent research activities indicate that carbon recycling is scalable. For example, conversion of CO2 to methane by high H.E methanization system fuel cell already in the market. For market carbon recycling technology projected will grow in the Asia and globally in the close future. Such as a building material to convert CO2 to become concrete and carbonate aggregate, intermediate chemical which is wide application in various end-use industries such as agriculture, pulp and paper, pharmaceutical, so olefin and textile, so as methanol, formic acid and syngas. Fuel as a liquid fuel and methane. Also, CO2 may be developed
converted to polymer, such as polyols, sugar-free, and also polycarbonate plastic. Although the carbon recycling technology look promising, there are several challenges for achieving commercial scale. Hydrogen, the 70% of material needed to convert CO2 is very expensive. Reducing cost of hydrogen to acceptable to market need further research to improve the process and reducing energy need to convert for comparison process of CO2. In addition, regulation that recognize carbon recycling as an option for climate mitigation is not in place yet. Appropriate carbon tax is one factor could support the development of CCU. To enable the commercialization of carbon recycling, which is considered as a new technology, government such as Japan government and Australia provide financial support. This kind of support certainly will accelerate the development of carbon recycling. Collaboration effort among stakeholders in the region in improving technology through research and development is for acceleration carbon recycling will be continuously evolving. The ASEAN will support by providing a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and also capacity building in the region. For key takeaway from session 3, the production of sharing contract has encouraged the industry to develop CCS, especially as AGR and AOR, such as in Tangguh, Masela, and also Saka Kemang. PSC also encouraged the CCS project from methanol project and ammonia. Yeah, because under PSC scheme, all CAPEC and OPEC will be recovered from the revenue resulted from oil and gas and revenue from store CO2. But other regulation such as environmental, health, safety, monitoring, and verification, risk sharing and reliability sharing need to be developed to support the financing regulation. Cross-border project is considered as an opportunity for additional source of revenue to make investment of CCS project is feasible. However, regulatory framework to enable cross-border need more to be formalized. Malaysia, Philippines, and also others countries will continuously developing policy and regulation to support the utilization or the possibility of utilization of CCS in decarbonization in their respective country. So by saying that, I would like to conclude my report, and I think on behalf of the ASEAN will continuously promote collaboration in the region to enable commercialization project both CCS and carbon recycling. The ASEAN platform will provide opportunity to government, private sector to work together. We invite the ASEAN and supporting the ASEAN member and supporting member to maximize the benefit of ASEAN platform in knowledge sharing, building network, and also capacity building in the region to meet our net zero emission community. But thank you very much for your kind attention. Kap Kunka.
Thank you, Dr. Gusti, for your wrap-up. Last but not least, for the closing remarks, allow me to invite to the stage Dr. Han Fumin from ERIA.
Thank you so much. I think we are coming to the closing, and bear with me around 2 minutes for the closing session. On behalf of Asia CCUS Secretariat, I wish to express heartfelt gratitude to honorable ministers, head of international organization, agency, industry leader, distinguished speakers, and all participants for their unwavering support for the Asia CCUS Network. We are very pleased with the successful outcome of the forum, with a burden of insightful knowledge and experience. Thanks for excellent wrap-up by Dr. Gusti, I think for very nice wrap-up, I think very detailed, that cover all the necessary policy, regulation, requirement to support the deployment of CCUS in our region. Asia CCUS Network, together with our knowledge partner in the region, will continue to collaborate on research with regard to the whole value chain of the CCUS, the identification of pilot projects, and play the key role to share knowledge and experience on CCUS throughout our Asia Network Forum. Such this forum and the regular ASEAN knowledge sharing conference and capacity building, I think will enrich our understanding and closing the knowledge gap between regulatory gap, including also technology gap. Last but not least, I wish to thank our collaborating partner, particularly for SETA, Ministry of Energy Thailand, Dr. Viravat representing here, IEJ, and also ERIA supporting team for making this event very successful. I wish you to have very good evening, and then also enjoy a beautiful Bangkok. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fumin, for your closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the conclusion of this event, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, speakers, or committee organizers who are joining online and offline. It has been a productive day. With this, we conclude the 4th Asia CCUS Network Forum. Thank you, and we hope you enjoyed the remainder of your day. Thank you. After this, the Sustain Asia Week 2020